All right, welcome to the Sae Bae cast number 148 with Fray. Fray, how are we doing this fine evening?
Oh, I'm doing okay. I'm out in the studio. It's very dark. I've had the heating on for about 2 hours ahead of time to get nice and warm. So
And now it's
life is
off.
good.
Is, is it like you
Well, I
turn it
just
on
turned
and
it
then you
off.
turn it
I
off
still
just
got
because
some
it's...
residual heat, which is nice.
I see. Because that's actually what I do for the cast. I have the AC slash heater unit right in front of me, and I literally cannot have it on during these casts, so I have to crank up the heat during the winter or crank like the AC in the summer just right beforehand.
Where in the US do you live? Does it get ridiculously cold or what?
Well, I live in Oregon now. It's very temperate. So actually right now I think it's about 45 degrees Fahrenheit. So I don't know the calculation from
Well,
Celsius.
depending how long this goes on, I think it's getting down to like -3 here tonight. So
Oh
I might,
God.
I might have to boot the heater up again.
Okay, no, that shouldn't be a problem. Well, we'll see how long it goes. But Frey, it's nice to have you on the cast. It's nice to officially meet you. And I want to just start off with a brief introduction of who you are, what you're known for, and I guess, well, here, we'll start off with like RuneScape history, and then kind of your progression into content creation. How about that? And a little bit of who you are IRL, potentially.
Yeah, go for it. So, yeah, my name is Fray or Fraser. There's a little bit of inside info there to, the fans, the small amount of them that there are. Yeah, kind of from the UK. I'm 27 years old, married, 2 kids. One of them you can probably see in the thumbnail of this video. And yeah, I've played RuneScape for, by the sounds of it, longer than you. I think you are actually quite late, or did you have a break in between?
I had a break. Well, I don't know. It's hard to say because I would say I probably actually started RuneScape in 2015, but my like child self of ages 9 to 12 played from the years 2004 to 2007. So, but I literally took an 8-year complete break from the game. So, yeah.
Wow, yeah, that's a long one. Yeah, no, I did something similar. So when must I have started? I must have started probably similar to you, about 2004. But I played pretty solidly through till 2014. And I took 1 year off. And that was like playing RuneScape the whole time. I didn't swap to old school when it came out. And then I took about a year off and then started old school in like 2015. I watched Boaty's One Man Army, and that got me hyped and ready to go. And I was like, yeah, man, I'm gonna make a 60 attack Zerker. And then, doing PKing, you kind of realize at that point, like by the time I got there, maybe 2016, 2017, that PKing was kind of already dead by that point.
Yeah, what happened exactly with PKing? Because again, like I was never a PKer. I started late into old school, but it seemed like the first couple years of old school was heavily dominated with PKing.
Well, it looked so cool. Like in that series with Boaty, you're watching him like running around Edgeville, or like just over the ditch, and it's just like rammed like it's 2007. And then by the time you're hitting 2015, it's just desolate pretty much, which is kind of brutal. So yeah, I made videos back then as well. I don't know when I first started making old school RuneScape videos, probably like 2017 or something like that. And yeah, I was a Zerker for ages and ages and ages, and I sort of branded myself as this like PVM Zerk, kind of probably before sort of doing niche PVM builds was a thing. So that kind of carried me probably to a moderate amount of success. Like I used to kind of have some videos that did like 50, 60, 70k views from time to time. And then what happened? Oh, I kind of graduated university, started working a real job, and then just had absolutely no time to make videos anymore. So kind of quit the video making side, but probably fair to say really upped my gaming hours to kind of compensate somehow. Like every hour I wasn't at work, I was gaming in some variety. And that's kind of when I got to be like a really sort of end game Iron Man and that kind of thing.
Very cool. Yeah, I feel like one of the saddest parts about, I don't know, it really depends on the creator's perspective and what their like deep passion is toward, like if their passion is big enough toward the game. Like when they start video creation or streaming and then life eventually like comes in full force and they realize they have to make a decision, like is it going to be content creation and making, you know, pennies, or is it going to be like actually living a normal life? So how did you feel in that like instance? Because I mean obviously you like have a kid and stuff, so I imagine, you know, the whole video making process is definitely not as streamlined as being like single and unbothered.
Well, yeah, exactly. So I didn't have a kid back then. I just kind of started a job that was very much like in an office. So, you know, from hours of like 8 till 6:30, I was just out of the house all day, every day, which kind of doesn't really lend itself to content creation because I feel like very much, particularly then, in sort of like 2018, 2019, I didn't feel like the money was very good in comparison to what it is now. I feel like there's a lot more opportunities around things like sponsorship. I feel like the CPM on YouTube is also just generally a lot higher as well. So then you kind of really had to be one of the big boys doing it full time to like actually make it as a career. And yeah, as you say, now I've got two kids, so yeah, I can't do it to the same extent as some people, which can be a hindrance, but it kind of also forces you to be creative around how you frame your videos and that kind of thing.
That's really cool, though. You still find the time to squeeze in some good content. I've been sort of catching up on your YouTube because that, again, like I've had so many creators on the cast, and there's a lot of them that I just haven't been able to just watch. I haven't even like really discovered them until I get them on the cast. So it's been cool, kind of watching your videos just over this past week. But you're right about the content creation side of things getting a lot more monetizable. Like literally I'm relatively new to the content creation scene in the first place, but like I've heard stories where like, yeah, in early YouTube days, I'm talking like 2010 to like 2014 even, like it just really wasn't viable as a career path at all. I mean, it was literally just, it was like the early days where all it was about just making content for fun. There was no like sponsorship deals really, unless you were just an absolute massive channel. But nowadays, I mean, seriously, you can have a pretty small channel on Twitch or YouTube and get, you know, snag some sponsorships. And even like you said, the CPM has gone through the roof when it comes to like OSRS content. And I think it's just because advertisers realize how like valuable content creators are in that scene of like just getting people to buy their products. So I don't know, it's pretty cool seeing the like whole landscape transition into like this content creation field. I was also talking to Mason and Crumb the other day, and we were just talking about like how, you know, when we were kids and they're asking about like your career paths, like what are you going to do? Like, oh, I'm going to be a firefighter or a doctor, or, you know, whatever. And now it's like a YouTuber's a legitimate option. Like it's an actual option to be a YouTuber.
Yeah, I was saying this to my wife the other day. I was saying like I'm surprised there's not more like influencer, like learn to become an influencer at university type courses out there, because I genuinely think it's quite a formulaic thing. I think it can be, if you have like 3 years to really throw your time at it, if you can't make enough to live by the end of those 3 years, like I would be very surprised. Like I feel like to get to a certain level is relatively easy. Like you just need to make some high quality videos, you know, whatever platform you want that to be. YouTube or Instagram or TikTok or whatever. Like if you can just make good stuff and put it out there for 3 years, like you will find success. So I'm surprised it's not more of a like actual career, so to speak. I'm sure it will be sooner or later, but yeah, I'm surprised it's not already.
Yeah, there's definitely research being done. I mean, that's literally what Mason does. Like he's in school to learn about like this kind of content creation side, how sponsorships interact with all this stuff. So it's really fascinating. And you're right. I mean, seriously, if you have the talent and the drive for something and you create content for 3 years, there's just no way you haven't made at least a dent in, creating something that's going to be profitable in some way. But there are still those, like, for example, one of the things that's like the most disheartening about people that go into content creation is the idea that all you have to do is just put in the hours or something. But it's so much more than that. Content creation is like finding out what people actually want to watch and being as entertaining as, especially in like a live scenario when you're like live streaming. That's a difference, I think. But YouTube, the discoverability is so much higher than something like Twitch, and just creating content, and if as long as it's high enough quality, the algorithm will pick it up and you will get subscribers, and it's a pretty cool thing. But there is still that risk, and a lot of people don't have the time or energy to just kind of put their life on hold briefly, or even use a big chunk of their time trying to grow something for a year or 3 years. So I think that's like the biggest hindrance.
The risk, I think, is I think it's quite easy to, and me and you are by no means the biggest creators in this space, so clearly
yes, we are. We're the biggest.
We are the best. Come back in 2028 and see who's talking. No, I was like, because we're clearly not perfect at it, but like if people are uploading and like spending hundreds of hours on a video and uploading it and it's not doing well, obviously there's an element of luck to that. But if you're doing that consistently and it's not doing well, then I feel like you're just objectively spending your time in the wrong areas. I feel like there's so many one chunk accounts out there that are really, really good and make YouTube videos, and the gameplay is fascinating. And frankly, they spend a lot more time in game getting achievements than someone like I do. But it's so much more in sort of the framing of how people are going to find that interesting. That is the skill, I guess, so to speak, in the old school community, because everyone in RuneScape plays the game loads, spends loads of hours doing menial crap, right?
Yep.
Everyone does that. But it's framing it in a way that's interesting to people. That is the hard skill-based part of it, I guess.
Totally. And it really, I mean, I remember talking to Settled, and I mean, his journey is like truly this huge spark of luck that came, and clearly he was making incredibly high quality videos and really good like storytelling and stuff. But a lot of it was the community's backing of him, in a sense. It's like there is that huge element of luck with a lot of things. I even think to myself, I mean, because I'm in the podcasting game, which is very niche in general. There's not a ton of podcasts, but there's a few handfuls of them in the OSRS scene. And one of the things that I see, there's no way my podcast would have done quite as well if I had just started a podcast and nothing else. Like, I had never streamed before, never made another YouTube video before, not been in the community very involved and stuff. But so there is something about getting your name out there in different avenues as well. I think that's
I definitely think that your first thing will never be your biggest thing.
Nope.
As long as you keep making stuff, right? And so many people obviously think of Settled as a tile man, and then slightly less people will think of him as Swampletics. And but even before then, he was a decent sized creator. He had 20k subs, something like that, and he was making Ultimate Iron Man content for a long time. And crucially, I think what he did that was so successful was just came up with something new. Essentially, people hadn't really conceptualized the region locked thing before. I'm not sure if Verf's Karamja thing came before or after or at about the same time. But that's the only other one that was kind of similar to that. And even that was not quite to the same extent in terms of the storytelling as Swampletics was. And that was kind of obviously why it blew up, right? Yep. Kind of that's kind of where people get their real their real jump in fame and subscribers and whatever is when they come up with something original that actually bangs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why someone like Limpwer is so popular, right? Because he although he didn't come up with one chunk, he came up with how to market one chunk really, really well, which was to make it this crazy grind, this kind of thing, right? So that's why he's done so well. And then the few of us that have grabbed onto his coattails and done reasonably well out of it won't ever do as well as him until we come up with whatever our next best great thing is. And that's kind of what I'm trying to work on at the moment, kind of think of what is going to be my Swampletics moment, I guess.
Oh shit. So what does it take? So it seems like you kind of are riding off the coattails with a few of your different series, but and you're saying right now like you kind of want to create your own thing. Do you ever like ideate on what that would be? Like, do you have any ideas in your head of like an original series that you would want to do?
I know exactly what it is, and I'm playing it at the moment. And it's gonna sound ridiculously kind of arrogant or big-headed to say this, but I genuinely believe it is going to be the best video that Old School RuneScape has ever seen. Like, it's so good. It's gonna have like a wacky amount of progress as one thing, as like kind of the anchor to it.
Okay.
But it's also going to be like a fully scripted and plotted movie as well. So Verf kind of slightly did that with the Rixau saga thing.
Yeah.
And that absolutely banged, and it was, a great video. And what I'm really trying to do is take that to the next level, like make a movie that is almost like a movie first, progress second, if that makes sense.
Interesting.
So yeah, that's what it's going to be, and I've got high hopes in my head that it's going to be brilliant. Maybe it won't be, but
that's the way to look at it, though. You need to have that. I think that what's the word? Just promising attitude toward them, toward a project of your own. It's good to have that.
I mean, this thing is like, it's serialized. I've got about 3 movies planned in my head, that I've like semi-written scripts for, that like sort of recontextualize all the movies before, if you know what I mean. Something a bit like, I guess, like The Sixth Sense, right? Where like you watch the movie and then you get to the end and there's the big twist and you go, oh my God, now I need to watch the movie again to like...
Or The Prestige.
See how The Prestige, right?
Yep.
See how that was obvious the whole time.
Yeah.
That's the kind of vibe that I'm going for, right?
Oh,
So you'll watch
cool.
the first movie, you'll go, this is great, whatever. And then hopefully, in my head, once you watch the second one and the third one, you'll have to watch the first 2 again to be like, oh my God, that was so obvious all along.
So Settled finished up his Tile Man, and then he made a long ramble on it and even made a secondary channel continuing on that ramble. And one of the things he was talking about is his new idea for 2024, which he thinks is going to be, a step up from everything he's ever done before. And it's going to be insane. And he's going to really dedicate himself to that new series. Do you have any ideas on what that is?
Well, do you know what? Because I'm a content creator and because I'm quite a... now that, I mean, we'll probably get into this later, but since I got my Iron Man hacked, I'm definitely in a similar boat to like Settled and Solo Mission and this kind of thing. Definitely a content creator first and a RuneScape player second.
Mm-hmm.
And that's only kind of been the case for like the last 6 months or something. But so part of that is like, you kind of have to chase trends to an extent. And so I was watching that Settled video trying to kind of unpick what it might be, because I was like, I mean, look, if there's one guy in the content space that has got coattails that you can grab onto and get somewhere, it's that guy, right?
Yeah.
The one thing I could really get from it was that it sounded quite mechanically difficult, because he was talking about like spending weeks practicing. And I genuinely couldn't think what would need that level of practice and mechanical skill to pull off. Like, I mean, like this, the Rendi style videos are obviously quite like that, but I can't really see how Settled would pull that into a kind of coherent storytelling video, because that's kind of what he does, right? And that's why his videos get 1 million views and no one else's does. So yeah, did you have any ideas?
Okay, so again, like I have similar ideas, but it's something where like, okay, Settled is definitely more of a storyteller. He's good at the game, don't get me wrong, but with something like he's claiming this is going to be extremely difficult, and I really wonder if he's going to enjoy something very difficult long term. And the thing I was saying, because one of the things he did say for sure is that it will not be an Ultimate Iron Man, it'll be a normal Iron Man. And the only thing I can really think is it's going to be some crazy thing where like he can't have prayer or something, and so he has to tick eat everything, or just some, yeah, like you said, like some sort of like Rendi style thing. But it's just, I don't know, it feels like that would just be horrible. Like,
Yeah,
not fun.
well, yeah, because it didn't really line up with the other things that he was saying either. Because he was saying about Tile Man, the thing he hated the most was the Inferno. So like, and that bit, and you know, we all sort of understand that frustration. Maybe not so much now, but maybe when we were first doing the Inferno, like that's a really unpleasant thing to do for the first time, because you are getting quite frustrated at yourself. So I can't imagine him doing a series where it requires quite a lot of mechanical perfection in a way, because I just don't think he'd enjoy that. So yeah, I'm quite intrigued. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just something that's difficult for him as opposed to difficult like generally. Like, is it something that like Rastaman could just pull off no problem?
Dude,
Maybe.
you know what's crazy is like you see these. I mean, I think Rendi is like the best content creator in terms of like mechanical ability, as in like
Yeah,
big, like a big YouTuber. And it actually blows my mind that someone like Noob Type or Port Kazard or even Scotty for that matter. I think Port Kazard is the name that really comes to mind because he knows the game inside and out and he is insane at it. And if he were to do some crazy series and really take that deep dive into like storytelling and have the same creative like brain as Settled and use his mechanical ability. I mean, this is literally the like encapsulation of Rendi. I mean, this is that is why Rendi shines so much, is because he really does know the game inside and out and has that. But man, I just think if Port Kazard would, start getting into like some video creation and come out with some fucking nutty ideas that are just impossible and make a story to it.
That guy's just a joke. Like, you'll just be scrolling Twitter absentmindedly and he'll just have uploaded like a 1-minute montage of him doing the most insane batshit fucking thing that you've ever thought of. You're like, what the fuck? And this guy just does not capitalize on it at all from a sort of clout. He just does it because he's a beast.
That is exactly it. I mean, it's the same. Well, I always think of like Jolanine or Rostaman, like, or he goes by Scotty now, but they just upload their Inferno runs, and it's like, okay, that's cool. And sometimes it's hard to sort of envision a world where you create a narrative to that kind of thing, where it's like they're extremely good at the game and it's very fun to watch, but you're just uploading a raw unedited Inferno run. It's not that interesting.
It's quite fascinating because Old School is pretty much one of the only games you will ever find where being the best, it doesn't come with that much like social success, if
like,
you know what I mean.
Popularity in a sense.
Yeah, like it hardly follows. It's kind of irrelevant. Like those videos get like a few thousand views, but like in another community, like getting world records is like the thing, right? That gets the big views, and in this community, for some reason, it just doesn't.
I think they get the notoriety they deserve. For example, I think of Wooks, xZact, even all of these people, Noob Type. We talk all about Mutts. I'm really glad Mutts is in that YouTube game now because he's so fucking good, and he's, the only living hardcore Iron Man with a Zuck helmet right now. Wait, no, actually, one of two, because Praisefoot died, but another guy got his Suck helmet, which is crazy. But I just think they get the fame for sure, but it's never like a monetizable thing. Wooks is the only one that truly got it like down to a science.
Yeah, you're kind of right. Yeah, because everyone knows their name.
Yeah,
but no one watches them. Or relatively no one.
Yeah,
does,
especially YouTube wise. If Wooks goes live, I mean, Scotty goes live, he pulls numbers. Noob Type pulls numbers. Like, these guys will pull numbers. But you know, it's not like great sub counts, generally speaking. They're not like really consistent, or in that entertainment department where it's all about like, you know, kind of getting that good balance of it. And the YouTube game lacks as well. So if they could get that YouTube game especially down, that would be huge.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think that's the kind of thing I think that could really be a sort of a shift in the YouTube meta, right? Because whatever Settle does next will be a huge shift, at least for a few months, in terms of what does well on YouTube. Like, the people copying him will do well. He will do really well. Similar series will kind of come out for a little bit, and that sort of change the meta. So if he does something that is focused around just being really, really good at the game, if those kinds of guys can be bothered to make some videos, I think they could go ballistic. And you do see it, to be fair, like with a Cold One recently has had an insane amount of success, and all of that, or a large majority of that, is predicated off having some level of notoriety in game for being a really, really good player. And then when you actually can be bothered to pull your finger out and make some sort of story that sells to the community, like, you can blow up like real quick. So yeah, I know if I was those guys, I'd be thinking about what I could do, but you know, maybe it's not of interest to them. They'd much prefer to just be the best.
That was a good shout out to a Cold One, because he actually is in that realm of being extremely good at the game. He's got that entertainment value. He's been a super entertaining streamer since, you know, before I even started streaming. I was watching him way back when he was an Iron Man. And yeah, now he's on that YouTube game. He's killing it. His YouTube channel's blowing up. He's always doing, like, he's got that good kind of storytelling. It's a simple series, generally speaking. He's got the humor and he's got the gameplay. So yeah, he's nailing it. And he's only going to get better with time, because like all YouTubers, their first couple years of videos are way worse in comparison to what they eventually come out with years down the road.
Yeah, I think that there could be a space, I think, for something like a sort of a challenge series using one of these guys like Jola or Scotty or whatever, where you know, it's framed from sort of whatever the content creator's perspective is, but the gameplay is very much them and focused on what they can do. And I think that could play well. I don't know how, but it would be interesting, because people are interested in watching someone like Port Khazard, you know, solo a level 500 Tombs of Amascut with a bronze dagger and a short bow or whatever, right? People would love to see that, but they don't have the attention span to sit through a 3-hour raw VOD of it.
Yeah.
But if you can frame that in a way that is interesting and gets a click on YouTube and is less than an hour long, those videos could do great, I think.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, look at just, you know, Settled's last video, like a finale of McTile, and you just see it like he's going through his Inferno run. There's no just raw, unedited footage of him doing cool things in the Inferno. It's literally just the kind of story of him failing. And that's what, you know, those Port Khazard and the noob type videos would need to be. It would need to be them failing at the impossible, something that's truly just, the magnitude of it is so impossible. Then see those fails and see like the narrative, the journey of them overcoming those challenges.
The thing. It's the journey, isn't it? Because when they upload it, you're like, oh my god, that's insane! Like, he just did it, but you don't fully appreciate how crazy it is.
You totally don't.
Upload it and you go, wow, that's amazing. Next,
bro, it's the same thing with it. Do you remember when xZact got his 40 Combat Inferno, and he, like, we just see him get the cape, and you know, you see a few fails maybe, but it's like, Bro, that dude made 11 different accounts, and keep in mind, every single one of those accounts had to go get a super, super low-level fire cape just to enter the Inferno. So he's remaking all these accounts, trying to get them all perfectly set up, like, and then don't make a single motherfucking mistake in the entire Inferno and beat it like that. We don't see that. We just, and so if he were to have made like an hour-long video, even just like a one-off video of like, I'm trying to do this, see all the fails, the defeats, the everything, and then overcoming the final challenge and finally getting it, that video would have just been incredible, you know, but it's not, it's just, here it is. I did it.
Well, you kind of saw it, right? I guess when him and Rendi were sort of battling over getting the lowest level fire cape until they both got the level 3, both of their videos were doing like, well, they were releasing what, like one a week each, and they were both doing like serious numbers because there was a story there, because they were kind of battling for it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think there's a lot of potential in really high-end gameplay. I just think no one has quite managed to make it work yet. People seem to prefer that sort of the accessibility of the early game. It's kind of it's a tricky thing in RuneScape YouTube, and I think it is something which is why Chunkman and Swampletics do so well, is that the early game is far more interesting to watch than the late game. For some reason, it just is. Like, it just gets more clicks because I feel like it's more relatable to more people. Like, end game Iron Man content really just doesn't do that well generally. When someone who has been a late game Iron Man like you and me probably find that really interesting, but for some reason the populace at large doesn't, because I don't know, they can't access it or what.
Well, it's another thing of like, most high level Iron Men did not start their series on the release of their account, and even if they had, that series would have been 6 or 7 years old by this point. It's like, okay, what are you doing? You're still making the same thing. Like, people
you got
expect changes.
And that's it, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just tough. And like you said, I mean, it's unrelatable. It's still fascinating because, I mean, if an Iron Man, like if, for example, I were to make videos and they had a narrative to it, and, because what's so important, and I've kind of gotten this from Settled and just like movies in general, is like the way you make an exciting video is like, you got to have the main character go through struggles and overcome those. And so when your whole video is just, oh, I did this, it's like, what is, like, there's nothing exciting going on. It's just you getting the next thing. So if those high-level Iron Men, including myself, if I were to ever do something like this, or anybody, could really understand how to tell a fascinating story with it all and kind of interplay it all and really have a deep vision of what you're going for, it'd be a lot more fascinating. And it's so rare to see people in that super, super high echelon of gameplay. But generally speaking, those nerds like me, and like I even think like Novacy, just the Friend, by the way, like Friend, I don't know if you've watched his like leagues video. He's
ranked 1 leagues, isn't it, right?
Yeah, and you go onto his YouTube channel, he makes like Iron Man progress updates, and it's just the most crazy grinds, and it's just every clip is just him getting something new. It's like, dude, this took fucking so long, and you just make a 10-second clip of you getting it. It's like, you could have milked this like to death. Basically,
because I was in Valiance, right? So I know all those guys like Novius and stuff like that, Novacy and stuff. So I think the reason that it is hard to do well on YouTube with it, and why things like Chunkman and Swampletics do well, which is kind of the point that I didn't say before, is because those kinds of series like Chunkman and Swampletics, you are in the early game for ages. Like, you're just doing early game stuff for way longer than you ever would normally. And when you get to crazy late game Iron Man, like every single goal you want to do takes hundreds of hours.
Yep.
And you just can't make a YouTube series out of that, because you can't have people waiting that long for like you to go, oh, and then I got a shadow. It's like, well, good stuff.
Yep.
And that's kind of how it felt to me in hindsight after I stopped playing late game Iron Man. I was like, dopamine rushes. I felt it's hard to kind of say to you, and because I feel like you probably won't relate so much because you're still playing the account. But the dopamine rushes that I got from doing super late game Iron Man was so sort of hollow, I guess, in a way. Like, because you spent like, so I was trying to get a shadow for ages. I was doing 8-man 410 invocation raids.
Yeah.
And I was more excited for the gameplay than getting the shadow, because I was absolutely loving like the sweating to try and get MVP against like 8 randoms. Because like when you get you don't do like 8-man TOA, do you?
I did my 1 and dipped. Yeah.
Yeah. So like 8-man was one of the things that I was like fighting for in a community. I was like, I swear to God, if you're trying to get a shadow on an Iron Man, do 8-man. You will have more fun. And no one believes me because everyone hates doing team content. But it was so fun, like fighting with people to get a shadow. And when I was like getting the items, I was like, oh yeah, got a Missouri, and that took 80 hours to get, and it was like one item that was like +3 range attack better or whatever. And you I think the thing with it is you're doing the absolute most for the absolute bare minimum increase in kind of reward.
Yep. And that's literally just the name of the game at that point.
Exactly, which is why it is hard to sell on YouTube, right? Is because you can't be like, I spent 3 months of my life to get +6 range bonus.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. I think my YouTube game has always just been basically talk. Like that's just what I do. I just make rambles and make Sae Bae casts, and I've really enjoyed it because that really is what I want to do. I just want to talk about the game. I feel like it is a niche that was there's still tons of space for that niche to be filled as well, of like people in the high level talking about stuff. And I feel like there is a pretty sizable portion of the community that does enjoy stuff like that, because it's very rare. Like it's rare to be a YouTuber and be so into the game, like to the point where you've put in 10,000 plus hours and you're just still super passionate about stuff. Like that's pretty rare. You see a lot of people remaking accounts and just making these quick series and stuff. So it's cool that there still are those like options. You don't have to just be the Swampletics or the but yeah, you're totally right. It is kind of interesting because now you can see it from an outside perspective of like what the high Iron Man level, high level Iron Man life is like.
To watch. I love going on Twitter and you see someone post their Iron Man bank and they've got like 60 mil Herblore XP banked or whatever. And you're just like looking at these stacks of ridiculous herbs and you're like, that is mental. But like you could never make a video out of it because like, I guess someone that does is like Alkan, right? Who has for 10 years just made a living out of being an amazingly good grinder.
Yeah, just ass and chair. Ass and chair, dude. That's all it is.
Honestly, like that guy's videos are so good, but like they're so few and far in between. And he has to play like 4 accounts at once, doing all pretty much the same thing to kind of keep the videos flowing.
No, but you're right. Like an Alkan video slaps really hard because you don't see many people that are taking the game that seriously. And you see a bank like that and you're like, holy shit. And I mean, even I get a bit jaded because I log in every day and I play on the same account and I just look through my bank and nothing's changed. Everything has just slowly built up over time. And then when people are on my stream, they're like, Jesus Christ, like, what is your bank? Like, holy shit, like all this stuff you have. And I'm like, what? Like, it's just normal, like this is, and then I remember like, oh yeah, like people really do like to see a super, super progressed Iron Man. And I have just become extremely jaded by that fact of like thinking this is normal, thinking it's like, just logging in every day. This is just the account I play. And in a way, I'm kind of blessed to have had that like drive to play one account, because in a sense people I don't know, like people want to see a super progressive account. Not everybody. Some people just like the quick series and everything, but is a sizable portion of the community that just loves to see an account just go the distance, basically. So I have that going for me, and I think it's kind of cool. Like, especially like yearly bank videos. I think those are like always extremely high.
They do really well as well.
Yeah. So.
I mean, the thing is, I guess, is that actually you're right. Like a good amount of the old school RuneScape community want to see those kinds of accounts and those kinds of videos. It's the people that don't watch those videos and do watch something like Settled are actually the people that don't play RuneScape at all.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a million, like he gets 1 million views on those Tileman videos.
Yes.
There aren't 1 million players playing RuneScape. No way. There's not even 1 million bots playing RuneScape. So logic tells you that there has to be a huge community of people that don't even play that watch those videos.
Yeah. The ceiling's much higher for somebody that's going to make videos like Settled. That's for sure.
Yeah, because you don't have to play to appreciate why it's interesting or fun or whatever. I mean, I'm sure you and I definitely know I do watch videos for games that I don't play.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the market that he's found, and I don't think anyone else really has to the kind of similar extent. I think the PKing guys get it a bit, like Torvesta and Framed and stuff, but I think even that is kind of nostalgia based people that don't play, people that have played. Yeah, whereas I think Settled is the only creator in the space that has people watch him on, in the tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands that have never played.
You're right.
So that's kind of the big growth area for the game, and it's just who's going to be the next one to grab that market other than him. It's an unteachable skill, I guess, contrary to what we said earlier in the podcast.
I always think I've actually seen comments from people, and I've gotten even like Twitter DMs of people being like, oh, like, I don't even play RuneScape. And, like one message in particular was this guy messaging me saying like, my girlfriend loves your podcast. She's never played RuneScape in her life, but she listens to like your episodes. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how do you listen to this without knowing what RuneScape is? Like, huh? But
can you imagine, we must use about 15 keywords per minute that she must just have no idea what they mean.
But there is something kind of fascinating about listening to anybody talking about their passions. It's like, it's just
maybe she just really likes your voice.
I think I actually have had people say they like my voice. I'm like, I do not understand that. I just cannot. When you are yourself and you listen to your voice and you cringe at every moment of it, there's just no way you can accept that people enjoy the sound of your voice. But yeah, no, it's.
I not only now don't watch my own videos, I don't even watch my own videos before I upload them. Like the bits where I'm like live comming and I know that I've live commed the whole thing and I don't need to cut anything out, I don't even listen to before hitting upload.
Oh God.
Which is probably why there are sometimes mistakes. But it is painful to listen to. I mean, no one thinks they've got a good voice, right? I bet even like, David Attenborough and Sirian McKellen listen to their own voice back and, oh God, why do people like that?
Yeah, no, there are definitely people that like their own voice. I promise you. There's people love themselves sometimes, but
people that run podcasts and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, no. But it's kind of a good thing to not. There's a good thing about enjoying your voice, and there's a good thing about not enjoying your voice. I think one is like I'm a bit more aware, slightly, of how much I'm talking, and I kind of like back off if I'm about to say something stupid or something not very well thought out. I still do it all the time, but. People that really love their voice will go like beyond it to the point where they're just like annoying because they just love hearing the sound of their voice.
Running a podcast is probably actually one of the worst things to actually like the sound of your own voice because you won't get the best out of your guests. Whereas kind of the real skill in being a podcaster, I guess, is having a big stick and being able to poke your guest and get the best out of them. Totally.
It's a tough thing to do regardless if you like your voice or not, because in a live setting like this, like I'm literally podcasting right now, I'm the host, you're the guest, and everything is live, and so I don't have time to rewatch and be like, oh, I should have done this differently, or I should have prodded him on this point or anything. It's just everything's live, and then after the fact, then I'll get some comments like, "Oh man, like you should have shut up here, and you should have." It's like, yeah, I mean, in a perfect ideal situation, I could have listened to it back and changed it, but it's all live, so
yeah, it's definitely a skill for sure.
It is. And I really try to just enjoy my time, because I've realized as soon as I start taking this too seriously to the point where I'm like hyper analyzing everything and trying to make this podcast perfect and trying to make improvements every episode, I get in my head about it, and then I stop enjoying just having a conversation with somebody. So it's a fine balance as well. When I'm doing this weekly, I loved making the podcast initially, and then 6 months in, I started getting stressed out because I realized I had to like start being better. I had to start like asking better questions and all these other things, and then it was getting in my head of like how can I improve? And then eventually I just made a decision, like I need to relax. Like the reason I enjoy doing this is to talk to somebody, meet them, learn something about them, talk about RuneScape, just have a good time. So that's what I've tried to focus on for the most part. But there's a balance to be had for sure.
Oh yeah, if you're trying too hard, it like won't come off well.
Exactly.
For sure, like it's definitely best to just if you're not enjoying what you're doing, like with anything in life, if you're not enjoying what you're doing, you'll do a bad job of it. Completely.
Okay, I want to ask some of these topics on Twitter. They're staring at me in the face, so let's get to some. Kemp Q. He has several questions. His first one is, how many times have you died in chambers of Xeric?
Far too many. I've done an abhorrent amount of chambers of Xeric in my time. I mean, most people listening to this probably know me as an Xtreme one chunk man and think of me very much as doing menial stuff like chopping and fletching oak logs and stuff like that. But I've probably done about 3,000 chambers of Xeric overall. So the answer to that is definitely died a lot. The maddest thing about that is for 2,500 of those, most of which were 4 or 5 man, I never saw a twisted bow.
Wow.
Not even didn't get one in my name. Didn't even see one.
Oh.
So it was like the equivalent of doing like 11,000 solos without getting one.
Bruh. Oh my god.
You actually imagine that was you and you're like on an Iron Man. Like,
dude, crazy. That is literally like some of the most depressing shit about this game is understanding that is a reality to some players. Like, there are literally some players, like it hasn't happened yet maybe because they haven't grinded up to that point yet, but there are some players that are going to be that criminally unlucky where they go to chambers and never get a T-bow.
Yeah, I mean, you'd never know it until it happens, right? Which is kind of how it doesn't seem quite as bad, because the only people that ever get them are the people that got them. And they only ever get them at a reasonable kill count, right? It's only ever people like Lake or whatever that actually go so hard as to brute force it that you're like, Christ, that could happen to me. I mean, what did he do? Something like 4,400 or something?
He did about 4,400 for his Elder Maul. So, but he got his T-bow at 3,400.
Still though, I mean,
no,
any normal player, that is not happening.
Totally. Even going raid for T-bow for so many players is not feasible. Like you kind of just bank on getting lucky in a sense. But then you think it is, I mean, I have gone 9 times on stream, literally, I went 9 times the rate of a Vorkath head once. I streamed every single kill, and I went like 470 or 480 dry of a Vorkath head. And
and you just need that to hit you on something that on rate is a long time, and you're done. You're cooked. I went 11 times rate dry recently on getting a 1 in 25 bronze bar from a skeleton.
Mm-hmm.
275 kills to get a 1 in 25. And people do that for a twisted bow, which is like a 1 in 1,500 solos.
Yeah. No,
there are people there that if they kept doing solos wouldn't get one for 17,000 raids.
No, that shit happens. The same thing, that's my deepest fear with Corp. I mean, I have everything, including pet, except for Ellie. And
You could be that guy that goes 28,000 kills dry for an early.
dude, I remember running, like, I don't know if you ever used the Discord old school bot where you just like type plus finish.
Yeah. I used to love that. Is that not a thing anymore?
No, I think it is. I just haven't done it in forever. It was an addiction of mine. I had to stop. but I would type, plus finish corp and just see the Casey. And I remember, and I would just, have it copied to my clipboard and just keep pasting it. Boom, boom, boom. And eventually I got one where I did not pull an Ellie until 48,000 kills. I'm like,
can you actually imagine at 10 kills per hour?
I'm like, and 10 kills an hour is like hyper efficient with best gear.
And
that's recent. Yeah.
5.
I know. I'm like, dude, like this is legitimately 5,000 hours going hard as fuck. Like that. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, have fun with the next 4 years of your life doing that. I mean, that's nuts, isn't it?
I mean, I'm a psychopath as well, where I want to go for all third age, or not all third age. I want to go for a complete third age set eventually. I mean, that's just a very.
I remember watching your videos when you spoke about doing that kind of thing, and I was like, "You're fucking mad."
Yeah, no, I mean, the thing is like it actually in my mind it is feasible. It really, I mean, it's even more feasible than I think it is, because if I were to really just dedicate myself and do hard clues all day, I mean, you can get, I believe it is like 6 hard clues done per hour if you're going to hyper sweat. And so, if I were to grind, let's just say even 8 hours a day, let's just round it up to 50. If I could get 50 hard clues a day, it would take, about 2.5-ish months to pull a third age piece. And, so you're thinking, okay, like I could probably get 5 pieces of third age in a year if I were to take this shit really seriously and play full time every single day. And, then you think about it, it's like, okay, I could get 10 pieces of third age in 2 years. Again, this is assuming psychopathic behavior where you're just playing.
It's wild though, isn't it? When you're saying things like that, you're like, oh, I get 10 pieces in 2. Firstly, you're saying years. And then secondly, you're talking about playing 8 hours a day. I
know, and hyper sweating.
10 pieces. That's nuts.
Exactly. So, but the thing is, when it's always funny, like saying stuff like that, like just putting a game into perspective and like talking about it in like the time length of like years and stuff. But at the same time, RuneScape is such a unique game, and I've already been playing on this account for like 6.5 years. So it's like, I don't know what's a few more. And to be fair, like this is one of my favorite hobbies. So it's like, dude, I'm gonna be playing this shit when I'm in my 40s, and probably when I'm in my 50s.
I mean, we probably will. I mean, the cultural phenomenon now of like games and the internet is something that sort of never happened before in the world. Like no one played games for this length of time in terms of like playing the same game for a extended periods, because in the past, like the next game would have just come out and you'd have gone and bought it at the shop and started on that one and got bored of the one you were playing before, and it wasn't online and there wasn't unlimited things to do. So this kind of phenomenon is quite new. So I think you're right. I think there's going to be people that will have played the same game for 75 years and then die.
It's crazy. It's also crazy because it's just like humanity in general. Like we don't have to worry about like the typical things our ancestors had to do, like just survival and, disease and all this other stuff that was just like inevitable. Just, trying to fend yourself off from predators and stuff. It's like literally we're living in just an unprecedented time where like we've gotten to the point where our brains are still like hunter-gatherers, but we don't have to do it. So we're like, we gotta fucking fill our time. That's why there's so many
fat people, right? Because they're still hard-coded to just load up on as much stuff as possible as quickly as they can. That's what hunter-gatherers had to do, and the society just does not really exist for that anymore. So we're squares trying to fit into a circle hole all the time.
It's actually fascinating though that we've adapted as much as we have, in a sense. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense because our lives are, relatively just super short in the grand scheme of things. And we were already born into like this system of society and, having all of this stuff. By the way, just the fact that society is around and it's actually very like it's held together pretty nicely. It's pretty fascinating when you're just born into this and you realize there's like nobody that lives beyond 100 years, like for the most part. There's a few exceptions, but like it's crazy that we've gotten to this point in civilization where there's nobody that's just lived like an unreal amount of time that's been able to like oversee this entire project. It's like, no, we just continue to somehow maintain this structure of good civilization. And, you know, a lot of us in at least like first world countries are doing just fine. I don't know. I just think it's fascinating and like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Great men plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in.
Damn, that is deep. And here I am just fucking playing RuneScape, like where I should be helping.
Yeah, where's your tree, mate? No, it's weird though. So I studied economic history at university, and like it is fascinating. How we live now is just it's so quantitatively different to the point that it's qualitatively different. Like how different it is, like for our whole existence for 20,000 years since the agricultural revolution, like 99% of people were farming and creating food, and in the span of like 100 years that's gone from 99% to 1%.
Holy shit,
which is crazy. It's such a fundamental shift in society that it's kind of incomprehensible, and like the advent of Steam just meant that there was so much more time for everyone to do anything, and that's only getting more and more crazy as like sort of as wars sort of stop with information. I mean, it's ironic at the moment for me to say things like wars stop, with like Ukraine and Palestine and that kind of thing. But in the grand scheme of the world, like those are very small wars. So like we live in a time of relative peace that allows us to do bullshit like getting 10 pieces of third age.
I know. It's actually just so cool. And the other cool thing is just knowing that we have a thing like currency, just money, where like you can really hyper focus on any of like a passion of yours and convert it to all your necessities that you need, just shelter, food, everything else. It's like that is just such an amazing gift that we have of just being able to do that. And it's not like you need to just, everyone needs to be a farmer, everyone needs to know how to build a fucking house and stuff. It's like, nah, you're just, people specialize, and that specialization gets like crazy.
Yeah, like foregoing the barter economy is just insane, because as you say, like during feudalism you would essentially just be there making grain for your lord, and he would say, okay, you can have enough to live on, and I'm going to put the rest into this massive fucking Bruce Wayne style manor that you have the privilege of looking at from your tiny hut. And so, like, yeah, you're right. Getting to that point where you can sell your grain, and then, oh my God, I've got money that I can spend on, fancy clothes. And then, suddenly there's an economy for people to create fancy clothes and this kind of thing.
Yep.
And one of the most fascinating things about that is we would not have a society and an economy like this had the Black Death never happened.
Really? Wow. So explain that.
Yeah, so I mean, essentially what happened was it killed like 65% of people in Europe, which sounds like a terrible thing, right?
Yes.
And obviously for the people at the time it definitely was. But what it sufficed to do though was give people a lot more resource per head. So suddenly, both your parents have died, and your sisters died, and all your grandparents have died, and now you were just a farmhand before, but now you've got 3 houses that you can sell, and a contraption and 4 different horses that you can also sell as well. So suddenly you are relatively rich, and you therefore have the money to either not work on a farm and pursue a hobby of some kind that you can eventually turn into some kind of monetizable income. So, I quite like faffing around with the bits of metal that we attach to the back of the horse to act as a plow. So what I might do is try and create a more efficient version of doing that. And then, you had the time to do that because you had relatively a lot of money compared to everyone back then, because everyone was just subsistence. Everyone just had the bare minimum they could to survive the next, 2 days all the time. And that was just how it was. And so he had the time, or you would have the time to faff around with that, create a more efficient farming tool and go, wow, this is amazing. I could sell this. And then, you start selling that to people. Not only are they then more efficient at farming themselves, and therefore they might have the capacity to send their daughter away to learn how to make clothes or whatever. It essentially just created a society where there was just slightly more time to do things that wasn't planting and harvesting.
That is so interesting.
And that just leads us to where we are today, which is quite fascinating, really, because nothing really had the same impact as that ever since. Like, you'd think things like computers and the internet had a bigger effect on, the trajectory of the economy than that, but no.
That's so crazy. I mean, it's the same, when we're speaking of millions and millions of years ago, just like the dinosaurs being wiped out. It's like, we wouldn't have ever been here if it wasn't for that, like, mass extinction. And yeah, sometimes like horrible, in the moment, these huge waves of death. It's like, no, it brings about new life and new, like, stuff. I don't know. It's really crazy.
It's what do you think, right? It's like, if COVID had like an 80% kill rate or something, like, that would have been terrible for us. But I imagine for our ancestors in 400 years would probably have been a really good thing.
They look back on it and they're like, yeah, like that was like the turning point where like we really figured out stuff. Yeah, no, I don't. It's crazy. It feels like life, and intelligent life, like just humans in general, like we figure out ways how to survive and how to, excel, expand, all this stuff. And so like no matter what happens, it feels like we will just adapt and just something else will happen. I mean, I just imagine, even if like all humans were to be wiped out by some like cataclysmic event, like, some other path of evolution will spring up, millions and millions of years down the line where, all of a sudden we have these like super fucking like dogs that have crazy brains and they're now taking over the world, and they figure out how to get like absolute like galaxy domination and all this stuff. And like, man, if it wasn't for all those like humans that finally went extinct and their stupidity, like we would have never gotten to this point, like. I
mean, there's two things on that. So I guess one of my biggest pet peeves I see online is people that say things like, the human race is like the worst thing that ever happened to this planet. It would be so much better if we didn't exist. And I always just think, what would be better? Like the mountains that there are literally everywhere in the whole universe, like the planet of which there are trillions and trillions and trillions of in the universe, like all that stuff is relatively
common,
unimportant and common. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Whereas us, we are what's exceptional on this planet. So that's just fascinating. But I do think that what is going to long outlive us is going to be AI and robots. I think that is going to be our mark on the universe. I think they are what is going to go and, explore the stars while we rot in the ground here, right? Because it just makes so much more sense. Like, if you want to send someone to a planet that's 50,000 light years away, what's easier, coming up with some kind of cryogenic stuff or creating a colony ship where you cycle through 1,000 generations on this ship while it gets there, or send a robot that's booted down, it just sits there in stasis the whole time, doesn't need air, doesn't need water, doesn't need this, doesn't need that, gets there and just boots up and ready to go.
Dude, it's actually crazy to think like how relatively quickly AI is like becoming a thing from basically we just even when you look like 150 years ago, like to think that in the next 150 years we're going to be messing around with AI. Like you would have thought over the last, several billion years of the earth, like something would have happened already with AI, like some, potentially, but no, just
it's
right
fascinating,
now.
isn't it? The progress is so quick now. It does make you think, why didn't it happen before?
Exactly.
Because like the level of progress we're making now, like what if an alien civilization had made the same leaps we've made, exactly the same, but say a small figure like 1,000 years ago, where would they be at now? I mean, they presumably be galactic faring civilizations, right? You'd think based on the level of progress we're at. But then you can go even one step further. What if they'd done that 1,000,000 years ago?
Yeah,
Where would
literally.
they be at now? Inconceivable. So it's kind of scary because you think, maybe there's some kind of great filter out there stopping that happening.
I hear of like that idea, like the Fermi paradox and the Great Filter and all this stuff, and I'm like, I feel like there's something so much bigger. Just simply being alive. I don't know. I feel like just the fact that there is life at all right now basically means there's something like beyond us in a sense. I know that doesn't make like full on sense. It's just like an intuition I have that like the fact that I can breathe right now and I'm a person that's alive and there's just I don't know. It feels like the fact that I spawned in general means that this spawning process isn't like the end. Like I don't know what happens, but at the same time, like this, it's just
hard, isn't it?
It just
right?
feels
Because
like there's something beyond this that's so much. It's just way beyond our ability to comprehend.
Yeah, I mean, I'm what I think people would refer to as agnostic, right? Which is that you believe you cannot know. And I think logically, everyone has to be an agnostic in some way because you cannot know. Like, how can we know?
Yep.
I saw this clip on TikTok like yesterday, which was someone playing. I think it's like a Matrix game. And I think it's like a VR game, but I think essentially you can talk to the characters within the game, like with your voice. Like you can speak through mic, and they can sort of voice recognize or whatever and hear you and respond. And it was so fucked. This guy was like going, "Oh, hi man, just to let you know, this place isn't real. This is a game, and you're just an NPC in this game." And he was like, "What do you mean? This city's real. I'm real." And all this. And I was like, this is fucked. This is crazy. Because that can completely be us. Like, what would you do if some guy just walked up to you in the street and went, "Oh yeah, by the way, you are not real. You are in a video game." And all this. Like,
the thing is like, okay, I actually had this thought the other day. I mean, this all goes back to like simulation theory. Just this whole idea that, it's simulations all the way down and there's no real like base reality. In fact, the idea of base reality in a sense kind of like it's so mind-boggling. I'm like, well, how did that start? How did the base reality start in a sense? But I even think, I'm playing my RuneScape character right now. He's just cooking. What if in like the RuneScape universe, this dude thinks he's doing everything himself? He's deciding to go cook the fish. So
and how do you know that he's not?
And the craziest thing is he just feels like he's making all the decisions himself because that's all he knows. It's just like, okay, like of course I'm making this decision. Like this is my own free will to have, progress this account and I'm now going to cook this fish. And I don't know. It's like that whole like simulation argument where it's like,
he doesn't even think of it as an account. It's just his life.
No, yeah, it's like this is just existence. Like I'm in the land of Gillinor. And who knows?
Like, if I cut these 25,000 sapphires, I'll be able to make myself an amulet of fury.
And he thinks that he's making all the decisions because it's just happening. It's just like, oh, I'm just doing this. And it's the same thing. Like I could talk about like all this stuff, like super deep stuff about like free will and determinism.
The question that started this was, how many times have you died at Chambers of Zerkers?
But I'm very fascinated in this. Sometimes when I think about this stuff, like too late at night, I just get like overwhelmed. I'm like, I need to fucking just sleep. I need to turn my brain off.
On Teams of a Mascot release, I got speaking to a guy about this, and I was up till 7 a.m. I was like, oh, I'm going to hop off now at like 1 a.m. and I was still talking bullshit at 7 a.m. in the morning.
It's so fascinating to talk about because like there's just no way of knowing in a sense. And I mean, just imagine
what your character would feel like in that scenario based on dreams, right? Because like, you know, when you're dreaming, you're like, you know, this is real life. This is happening. This feels so real. And then as soon as you wake up, you're like, what the fuck was I thinking? Of course I wasn't sleeping with Natalie Portman. But in the moment, you're there. That's happening.
I know. And the craziest thing is it's all just happening. It's like there's really no conscious effort. It's like just whatever's in, you know, wherever dreams are formed. You know, I've read up about dreams, but I'm not going to start spewing out some stuff that isn't factual. But like, however they're formed, it's like they just happen. You know, it's like the experience is just happening without really like a conscious. It's not like you're controlling it. It's kind of out of your control. It's just an experience that's happening. So when you see real life, I mean, just imagine right now you were to just actually wake up and just be in a bed in a completely different universe and be like, holy shit, like I just dreamed that I was a fucking primate on this floating rock in space. And, you know, it felt like I was there for so long and I was having dreams in that place and all this shit. But now I finally woken up like, okay, like, man, that it's so crazy that I thought that was all real, you know, but it's just.
There is no way to know that your grandson hasn't just handed you a virtual reality headset and gone, oh, check out this meme, granddad.
dude, have you seen that Rick and Morty thing where like Morty he's in like this arcade in the future and he just like puts on the thing and he literally lives an entire life, and then him as an old man like falls off a ladder and dies, and then he wakes up and he gets out of the little video game and he's back to reality and he's like, what the fuck? Like he's just freaking out.
Seen that, but you could actually imagine it though, and there's no logical way to say that's not happening.
It's so crazy. But then you wonder, like, why would you want to, like, how bored must you be? Like, just imagine we are just playing like a video game right now. It's like, how bored would you have had to have been to played a video game where you're playing a video game in the video game? Like, yeah, like you're just that like why not have been like an emperor in the fucking like Aztec era and just like, I don't know, just some crazy thing, not just living.
Yeah, but that's the thing is there's the levels of thinking that you have about it, right? Because when you're thinking about it just in that specific moment that you just did, you're thinking of it sort of from a human perspective. Like, what if we're not human at all? Like, it's like when at the moment I'm playing on my One Chunk account, right, and I'm cutting oak longbows, and maybe he's thinking, oh, why on earth would I want to, you know, dream that I'm making oak longbows? Why wouldn't I do something crazy like go and fight Vardorvis or something like that? Which is like within his world, right? That's as conceptually as crazy as he can think. Whereas for us, we're like, well, why wouldn't we want to be a king or something like that? Because conceptually, that's as crazy as we can go. Whereas, you know, if we're actually a way higher form of life, and this is nothing, like 80 years, you know, we live for 5 billion years. Like, you know, this is nothing. This is just like, I woke up and went on my phone before I had breakfast.
Holy shit. Dude, yeah, no, I mean, seriously, that makes a lot of sense. When you just think of time and think of these little snapshots, like why not just experience a bunch of random stuff that feels like a long time, but in the grand scheme of things is just a little.
Maybe everything makes sense, right? I mean, we think of the universe and we go, oh, you know, it doesn't make sense. You know, it seems like it had a beginning, but you know, what started that beginning? You know, is that, you know, and that's where we have to kind of come up with things like God to sort of fill in those gaps of things that don't make sense, right? And your character within RuneScape would think exactly the same thing. He'd get to the edge of the world and you'd go, what? What the fuck? Why does the world just stop? That doesn't make any sense. Like, why do items just disappear after 2 minutes? Like, that's just weird. Why that doesn't make any sense. So maybe in this grander world where we wake up to, everything makes sense. We're like, well, of course. Of course, the universe didn't make sense because it's part of a game and it's just all bullshit and all that stuff didn't matter because, the game is experiencing, the life of an ant kind of thing.
Do you think it's possible to, in our current form, to even like comprehend what that would feel like to just everything make sense? Is that just like absolutely impossible? Sometimes I think our reality here, like on Earth, is like the beauty of life in a sense is the fact that it's unanswerable. Like it's just, there is no inherent answer. It's just like, no matter where you search, you will always be lost in a sense. And I feel like that's kind of the beauty of this experience in a sense. Like there is no objective like path. It's just, pure freedom in its like most pure form, where there's like literally no bounds to anything.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. You can never know. I fundamentally believe you can never know anything existential about the universe at all.
Mm-hmm.
I think even if we had the technology to go out and explore it, we could still never know.
Well, it would be so boring if it was known. It would be,
and every single answer would spawn more questions as well, wouldn't it? I mean, that's the thing. Like people 500 years ago would have looked at the stars and gone, "Wow, they're amazing. What are they?" And that now we know. But then we're like, "Oh, so how do stars form?" And however many when they created whatever telescope they created, they go, "Oh, okay, that's how we know stars form." And then you're like, well, how does this form? And there's just another question every single time. So I don't think you can ever know. And as you say, you can just live in the moment, and that's how you'll find joy. Because you're right, there is unlimited freedom. There's actually nothing stopping you from doing anything at all.
I know.
You could go out and just you could just go out into the street and start whacking people with a claw hammer if you really wanted to. But
dude, you could invent.
Listeners, don't do that, but you could do.
I mean, even at on a brighter note, is you could invent something that nobody has ever thought of. I mean, you could seriously just create this fucking machine that can, I don't know, create a wormhole and just teleport you. It's like we don't know the extent of the magic that's in the universe. I mean, just the fact that we have, I talk about this so many times, I swear. It's like just we have designed airplanes that are huge metal things that fly people in a controlled manner across the fucking sky. Like, what? Like, that wouldn't have even been a concept to anybody living in like the 15th century. Like,
I mean, it's crazy. We went from a guy conceptualizing the idea of flight to landing on the moon in like 50 years.
Yeah, that is unbelievable.
I mean, what we can do is stunning. It feels like it's slowed down recently, but maybe that's just. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just because you're experiencing it in real time.
Yeah, I mean, so many things. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of things that the public doesn't know about as well, like the technologies we really have. And
do you think? I don't think that at all. I think the government is so incompetent that they could not keep secrets like that, especially
it's not really like the government. And yeah, like I don't really subscribe to like the whole conspiracy stuff of like, there's like a small group of control and they keep it. No. I completely see the world as like, it's very human ran and, but at the same time, I mean, I just see AI and like there are probably AI startups and people that truly see where this shit is going and can like almost understand that they have this technology to create something like so powerful, but it's just not very well known to the public. Like, I guess that's the idea. It's not like it's necessarily here already, like this crazy technology that we can't even fathom, but the concepts are there already. And it's like,
I guess these things exist, right? Because I guess stuff like Facebook, people go and invest in that when it was really, really early because they understood that one day it would dominate the world. And I imagine, yeah, you're probably right. There's stuff like that happening in AI probably right now, some guy in the basement that's writing the craziest thing that you've ever seen, who's desperately trying to get investors to put some money into it, and no one's doing it yet.
Yeah,
But in 5 years, we'll go, oh, why didn't I invest in Splonk or whatever?
for real. ChemQ's second question. This is my let's maybe we can shorten down the answers a little bit more. What's your favorite aspect of RuneScape?
Kind of similar to Settled's video, I guess, that we were discussing. I guess is the sort of sandbox nature of it. You can do pretty much anything that you want at any time, and it's not necessarily a waste of your time. The whole game, I guess, is a waste of time, and therefore within those parameters you can do basically anything, which is quite nice. There is no story that you need to follow, which I guess is kind of the thing that makes people keep coming back for years and years and years, right? Because it's quite easy to quit a game that you can complete, so to speak, in 20 hours, 50 hours, whatever. It's less hard to put down if there's always something else. And as you said, I guess with that third age grind that you were talking about, like conceptually, the collection log would take what, 40 years on rate to finish.
And that's assuming that no items get added. One more clue scroll expansion where they just come out with 5 new third age pieces completely resets that grind. It's like, okay, go do it again.
Yeah, I actually think the collection log was kind of a mistake in relation to the sandbox idea of the game, because I think ultimately it is always going to result in absurd grinds like that being brought down and down and down over time. And I think actually when you were talking about doing 6 hard clues per hour, the first thing that came to my head is probably the most efficient way to complete that goal is to log out for the next 25 years and log back in when you can complete 4,000 clue scrolls per hour.
Yep. No, I completely agree with you that in a sense it was a mistake to ever have released the collection log. The only way it's not a mistake is we have to grapple with this thing that's in the game now, this parasite basically, which maybe that's a little bit too far, but it's the same thing with kind of like a max cape, where you come out with a max cape, super fucking cool, everyone wants it, and then everything becomes easier and everyone wants it, so you have to like make exceptions to things and lower the item rates on stuff. But in my head, I just think the idea of a collection log is fine, but really it should be, and the team needs to really like hold strong on this point, is it is a collection log, not a completion log. So the idea that we exclude certain things from the collection log, first of all, is flawed in my opinion. And I've kind of come to this opinion in a sense. Like, if we really want a collection log, everything should be in there. I mean, like literally everything that you can obtain should be in there. And it should really be seen as a collection log where you go in, you see all the things you've gotten, and we are not going to cater to people that are trying to fucking complete it, like those sociopaths out there. Like, catering to that is a mistake. The best example I can bring up of it being a mistake is just clue scrolls in general. We are now gate kept. We cannot add new uniques to clue scrolls, where in the past we could freely do that all the time. The clue scroll expansion, boom, here's some really cool cosmetics that we're releasing to elite clues and every other tier of clues. We cannot do that now because people will freak the fuck out. I mean, people that have green logged.
One of the best things they could release in this game that I think would be so popular, or at least would have been so popular before the collection log, would have been something like Grandmaster Clue Scrolls.
Well, the thing is, like, Grandmaster Clue Scrolls isn't actually necessarily gate kept. That's actually something they could add, which wouldn't affect negatively the other tiers. But my concern is that now we have an absolute hard cap of the things that can be added to the smaller tiers.
Well, I guess in a way, yeah, because they can't just add more like hard clue stuff, because then you have wasted your time by doing 20,000 hard clues already. Kind of
exactly. So it's kind of like we have now gate kept ourselves, which, don't get me wrong, as a player myself, there is that idea in my head that, like, yeah, that would suck to have green logged something and then have more stuff come out. But that is in a sense, just something that, that's my own problem, basically. Like, and we have to kind of see that as players, is like, we have done that to ourselves by assuming this collection log needs to be completed.
So do you think, though, Grandmaster Clues or not, that they will ever release anything ever again as rare as Third Age?
I mean, they did with the Jar of Darkness. That shit was pretty rare.
That's before collection log, though.
Oh, you're
and
right.
then they fucking nerfed it specifically for that reason.
It's hard to, like, so you're saying something that's not from Clue Scrolls or something that's from Clue Scrolls?
Well, it could either be Grandmaster Clues or any other bullshit that they could invent.
Yeah.
But, something that is, like, hyper rare, costs 5 bill, is pretty much useless. But, like, the point of it is that it's insanely rare, and you as an individual are very unlikely to ever get it. But, collectively within the game, some will come in and some people will be able to afford it.
Well, I want things like that to come into the game. Like, if they came out with Grandmaster Clothes and there's some new exclusive Third Age, like Third Age boots, Third Age gloves, Third Age fucking crossbow. That's what I want to see. Third Age crossbow. Some things like that, like they could come out with it. And I don't imagine it being more rare than current Third Age. I can see it being the same. Some people have wanted like dies from Third Age or from RS3 to come out into Clue Scrolls, like some ornaments and stuff. But again, I can't really see that being more rare than Third Age.
Yeah, I think it's hard. I think the collection log stops you doing any like crazy bullshit like that, which otherwise would be very fun. But I think people would just hate the idea of you adding an extra 20,000 hours to the collection log or whatever.
No, it sucks. Yeah, that's what people, and so that is another concern I have with the Completionist Cape. Don't get me wrong, the Completionist Cape looks fucking cool. It looks dope. I want to have one, but we have to see the consequences of that. As soon as you come out with a Completionist Cape, everybody's going to start getting pissed off at every new update, because any new update that comes out, oh my God, I have to fucking do this to go get my Completionist Cape. This is fucking bullshit. And people are going to start despising updates, just absolutely despising them, because they're only doing it for getting their Completionist Cape back.
Yeah, I mean, you see it on a small scale with like forestry, right? Everyone hated that, pretty much. Well, aside from people that really wanted to get evil chicken, I guess. But aside from that,
you're talking about the egg thing. Horrible.
Yeah. Like no one liked the fact that they felt like they had to go out and do forestry, and that would just be turned up to 1,000 if there was a Completionist Cape. Right, I had a Completionist Cape on RS3, and it was exactly that. It was every single new piece of content came out, everyone had to do it on release. Which was nice, but it was the obligation of having to do it.
Yeah, it just like, it still is just a mindset. But at the end of the day, it feels like this obligation to do stuff, and it like restricts that freedom. I mean, back in the day when people maxed, and before a max cape was even a thing, before skill capes had perks, I mean, truly people were maxing because they enjoyed that grind. They wanted to max. And nowadays
it's hard, isn't it? Because you get it from their perspective as well, which is like you need to incentivize more people. Like if you want to have a successful game, you need to at some point incentivize more people to spend more time playing it, right?
But in my opinion, and again, it's cool to have things to flex. I think it's a problem when they have perks, like legitimate perks. And again, if we could stand very, very strong as a team and as a community and realize, okay, before we come out with a Completionist Cape, we have to set some ground rules saying these are the negative effects that are going to come by, and we're going to hold true to like a certain thing, or like the same thing with the collection log being added. Like we're going to come out with this, but we're going to stay very true to not catering to people that are obsessed with the collection log and thinking that whenever they've green logged something, that it has to remain green forever. Same thing with the max cape. Like we can come out with a max cape, that's fine, and have perks, but we're not going to shorten these grinds because now people feel this obligation to like have their max cape. I feel like the best way to have gone about it would have been to not have perks. And because one of the things I would like to see is like a 200 mil skill cape for every skill, but don't have any fucking perks. It's okay. I don't know.
The max cape itself is the problem. What I actually think is really good is the max cape variants of the other capes. They're excellent. Like more of that. Like that's what the completionist cape should be, right? You should be able to get a completionist variant of the infernal cape that has no other bonuses. And there isn't a completionist cape with some stupid fucking teleports on it, like the max cape, right? Which is ultimately the issue with it. I would love to see a completionist cape in principle. It just has to be the right thing, and the requirements I think also have to be the right thing. One thing I really hated that I'm really convinced they're going to do, and I'd be quite interested to hear your take on this, is I absolutely hate the collection log being involved at all. They do this thing where it's like, oh, to get trimmed completionist cape, it should be like 80% of the collection log or something like that. It's so arbitrary. It's so ridiculous. It's like, if you're going to do the collection log, you do the collection log. Like, you have to have everything in the collection log. That's the requirement, which I also think is stupid, but less conceptually stupid than having to do like 75% of collection log slots, which I think is just terrible. It's like, what's the lore on that?
No, when I think of a completionist cape, I think all quests, all achievements, all combat tasks, and like all music tracks, just like the very simple basic stuff. Not simple, but it's just the basic stuff that you see on like your player tab, your summary page. And like I like, that seems like a little bit of stuff, but I actually think that's like fine in a sense to only have that.
I think you're right, and that's what the original comp cape was pretty much on RuneScape, was what all the things you described, and then it had some other stuff like unlock all spells and stuff like that.
Like things like that, like the little have unlocked, made those like braziers from my arms big or whatever the fuck that.
I actually think that's not right. I think actually what you sort of said is probably the best thing, is actually really streamline it and just have it being quest completed, achievements completed, total level, and combat tasks as well completed. Everything on that summary page. And then if you want a trimmed completionist, it has to be everything on that page. So throw in total XP. So you've got to have 4.6 bill XP, and you've got to complete the collection log as well, and have it as an item that no one ever gets. It exists in the game, just no one can ever get it. And if they do get it, fuck me, they deserve it.
Yeah. No, I'm actually very scared of, again, including the collection log in any sense, because the reason is because there will be some fucking psychopaths that get so close, and now we're restricting updates because it's like, fuck, we can't do this because there's a few people that are very, very close, and that would kind of be like an insult to them. They're like 1 or 2 third age pieces away.
Yeah. And it's a cultural thing, isn't it? You kind of have to get away from that mindset.
And we can't get away from it. It's the same thing.
We can't get away from it at this moment in time, at least.
I think of the Swampletic series where there was no anvil or something like that in the place. And now because there's that cultural series of Swampletics going on, now we are absolutely restricted from ever adding an anvil to Mauritania. I was like, we just can't.
Yeah, well then what was the thing that they added that I was like, that is borderline, I think? It was the small net spawn, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably something. It's just
they added a small net so that he could do swamp lizards to get 99.
Yeah, and this stuff is inevitable. Don't get me wrong. And there's things where the devaluation of certain grinds because of a stupid limited thing in the game, and now we have that culture of okay, let's not devalue this by making something that actually makes sense. Yeah,
I do quite like the idea though of and this is something I'd quite like your opinion on, because you are quite opinionated on most things about the game.
Yeah,
is the idea of currently impossible to get items. So stuff to make people go out of their way to do things better or do things longer. For example, some kind of trophy or something, probably purely cosmetic, that is for something like a 30-minute Inferno. So like right now cannot be done. But 3 years from now, maybe, just maybe, the best of the best of the best could push it and get there and get it. And I quite like that incentive to do it because people like people like Jola and stuff like go for the speed run, go for the world record because they want to. I feel like they'd go even harder. I reckon we would have a sub 40-minute Inferno right now if there was some kind of in-game achievement for having gotten it.
Yeah, no, I actually think that would be fine. I don't know. This is just kind of being sprung up upon me, so I don't want to like make any things that people are like, why do you think of that? The stupid idea. But no, like just with that in mind, it would be cool to have almost like little sashes on your Infernal Cape signaling like how fast your Infernal Cape was done. So
yeah, that's cool actually.
It would just be like, maybe 65 minutes, then one's for like 55 minutes, one's for 45 minutes, and one's for like 35 minutes. And there's just like a little teeny badge or something else on it that's good flex.
That'd be cool. But just I guess that's just a specific example, but I guess conceptually just the idea of items that no one has, which is kind of what which is what the trimmed Completionist Cape was on RuneScape 3 originally, was it was actually just a list of stuff and no one had it. I think there might have been one guy who was very, very close and they based the list of things on him. But just conceptually, the idea of an item that no one has and potentially no one can get at this current iteration of the game.
Well, I mean, it would be okay to do that as long as there's a very, very strong stance against making this like like you said, if there was something like a collection log cape where as soon as you have all the collection logs filled, you get this fucking dope ass cape that nobody will ever have. But again, it's like that culture that's like just creeps up of somebody actually getting very close to it and then realizing, okay, we can't actually add anything to the collection log. Like that's very rare because that would be unfair to this person that's very close. It's like that inevitable culture that creeps in, I feel like is something that I get scared of adding something where technically it's supposed to be impossible that nobody's supposed to get, but we're going to have this like obsession with no, somebody should get it, somebody needs to get it, why did we add it, somebody needs to get it. It's
I almost think having an in-game item does the almost like the opposite thing of that. So at the moment people are like, oh, we don't want to make the collection log even harder and this kind of thing because there's people that are actually trying to get it. Whereas if in theory we had, there's this item that you get if you complete the collection log, and it's going to be totally badass when someone gets it. But, I feel like that could, in some ways, make it more like we need to honor that item by not making this easier for people.
Okay. I can see that, but again, like that would have to have been
instead of like, we need to respect Marnie or whoever is really close to doing X with the collection log, we need to respect the item and not go out of our way to make it easier for X and Y Z person to do, which I think is easier when it's just a green icon on your summary page, right? But as you say, it's a cultural thing and our attitude towards it, and I know what my attitude would be towards it, but it's hard to speak for the population at large, right?
Yeah, I guess, I don't know. I think there's like a mixture of feelings that I get from the collection log. And one, like I said earlier, I would love it if the collection log had everything. Like everything you could possibly obtain is in there.
Oh, what? Like it has like a bronze full helm in there?
Yeah, I guess it would have to be like uniques, something where, anything you can get as a drop, I would say. So yeah, like the collection log is just this massive, just huge thing of like every monster that drops anything in a sense. Now, of course, maybe there could be some limitations because there are just absolutely absurdly like small things.
Can you imagine the pain of having to go around the early game like trying to get an iron scimitar drop?
But that's the exact idea. Is like it simply would be a collection log, not a completion. And if you want to go psychopathic route, where it kind of seems inevitable to a lot of people, where it's like, no, this needs to be completed. Like, I don't know, but one of the things that bothers me about the collection log is the not adding things because that doesn't seem fitting of the collection log. Like, stop. Like, just add
What's
fucking
an
everything.
example of that? I can't think of something they haven't added recently.
Like the ornament kits, the BH, the bounty hunter thing. Like, there's none of that. Like, none of the bounty hunter ornaments are in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I didn't
like
know that.
they just don't do it because, then people are gonna start like, paying for kills and shit because they're just trying to get it on the collection log, which does happen. Obviously, it breaks things. Like whenever anything like PvP related is added to the collection log, people just don't participate in the actual activity. They just, so that's one of the problems with the collection log in general is like,
Yeah, I guess it creates an alternative incentive to what the content is trying to do.
Yeah. Which makes sense, and that's probably, this just goes down such a deep hole of like, should the collection log have even been added in the first place then? And I think no, personally, but
it's hard, isn't it? Because it also, that kind of thing, that argument that you just said is predicated on the belief that you probably have, and I feel like most people probably have, that boosting is bad.
It just ruins a mini game. I mean, we see like anything.
It's hard though, because the knee-jerk reaction, I think, is to say yes. Yeah, it does ruin a mini game. But if the mini game was any good, I feel like it would stand up on its own 2 feet.
Well, that is true, except in things that have player versus player. If it's player versus monster, yes, you can actually make it so that just design the fucking mini game better and it'll work itself out. But anything where it's player versus player, it cannot work. Like, it's actually just fundamentally impossible. You can't force somebody to, try their hardest to fight the player. You would just get people that are like, just kill me. I just want the items.
Yeah, I guess it is a bit like Bounty Hunter, right? And clearly taking out the collection log is one of their fixes for that.
Exactly.
Which is,
it's
they can't design a version of Bounty Hunter that works.
It's smart that they've done that. And again, I think because this is like one of those things that I will just talk about in circles forever, because there's just I feel like the only win is really just to remove the collection log, and another win in my books. And again, like I'm not, this is not to say like this needs to happen. This is just in my perfect world, my own opinion. I need to like make that very clear to those listening. Like, I'm not trying to, the game is really fun as it is right now. Don't get me wrong. I just get hyper analytic about certain things. And one of the things, like, I wish there was no collection log in a sense, because it restricts updates. And don't get me wrong, collection log's fun and all. It's cool dopamine, but it's just, there's a lot of downsides to it. The same thing with perks on max capes and perks on even skill capes, in my opinion, that is just, there's a lot of negatives that come from updates like these. The same thing I'm scared of with the Completionist Cape and other things. So
yeah, the collection log's an interesting dynamic because it forces Iron Man type gameplay onto mains, which does generate quite a lot of interesting interactions, particularly around things like mini games and stuff.
Yeah, it's tough to balance, but at the same time, like, we do have a pretty good balance with the game currently. Like, there's nothing that's too terribly just game breaking or game ruining in any sense. The collection log's fine. It's just when I start really, really hyper analyzing and start getting like, I don't know, hyper focused on like the negatives that could come from certain things.
You kind of have to though, and realistically, there should be people at Jagex that full-time job is to do that, right? Because it can spiral quite quickly. Like things like the evolution of combat in RuneScape 3, fundamentally a good idea. Like, when you look at it purely logically from a gameplay perspective, RuneScape 3 is a better game than old school is. Like, if you had to take 1,000 random people off the street and go and show them gameplay and go, which of these games looks better? Like, all of them would say RuneScape 3, right? But what was missed in the equation, I guess, when they decided to do that the first time, was what is actually important to the people that play RuneScape. Why do they play it? And it's not because it's technically the best game in the world. It's because of the charm of the old combat system the nostalgia they felt towards that sort of point and click style of gameplay, which is the kind of thing they can quite easily fuck up now. I could see it being quite easy for them to say something along the lines of, "Oh, it makes no sense that it's 99 smithing to make a rune plate body. We should, we should try and rescale smithing in such a way as that's a level 40 thing to do, and then we've got all this scope to go out and do more smithing updates," which absolutely makes sense on the surface. But when you really think about it, and you think about what's important to people that play this game, nostalgia is so high on that list, and the fact that they could go out and make a rune plate body as like a low level account would be so warping to what makes the game good as to make the game worse despite making it better. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So
no,
thinking deeply about the game is important.
It's an impossible task too. Like just every single update that comes out, there is just this insurmountable task of thought that goes behind it, because there are micro groups in this fucking video game that you touch one thing and it spirals, and it's like you can't touch this because this community will get affected. You can't do this because this community will get affected. Don't do this because culturally, like, just don't fucking touch that. And every single update needs to be micro, just examined basically to see every single thing that will snowball because of a one little update. It's just nuts, the shit that Jagex has to deal with. I mean, they have to walk a fucking tightrope every single update, because we are basing the entire game on nostalgia as well as just people's play styles and everything. There's so much that they have to look at.
Yeah, like I've been quite into Yu-Gi-Oh since I was a kid, and it's very similar to that in that, like, there's 10,000 cards that all do different things, and they all have different interactions with each other. And it would be quite easy to release a new card that just broke the game because it interacted with this card, and this card, and it meant that every single time you just pulled out your hand and you won the game straight away.
Yeah.
So it's kind of similar to that, I guess. And it seems like a bad thing that they have to think like that, and they have to try and avoid doing X, Y, and Z because it will hurt A, B, and C. But I think it's actually quite a good thing that they have that culture towards the game, because from a studio perspective, it's hard, isn't it? Because you have to release updates to keep your subscriber count high, because we saw from the start of Old School, right, that just doing no updates will just kill the game sooner or later. But then also, if you do too many updates, you're going to get yourself in a terrible spiral where you're changing things people don't want to see changed, and they quit because of that. So it's definitely a tightrope act that I do not envy having to try and walk.
Yeah, no, it's I do think they're doing a great job with it, though, and it is something essential. They need to look at it. I mean, just one example was I was talking about the Chambers of Xeric update that came out. And I remember, I have a little bit of OCD when it comes to stackable items that only stack to a certain point. I always think it's really weird. I don't think it's very old school.
Yeah, like with the kindling, right?
Yeah, so I brought up the thing about the kindling only stacking up to 28. It's like, oh, well, why not just load it up even more? And then I got a DM from Mod Goblin after the ramble, and he was like, hey, like, I watched your ramble, and this was one of the reasons why it caps is because low level, accounts can kind of abuse the ice room where, they can get early level, like, crazy amounts of XP, and we didn't want to affect that. And that's something that just flew past my head when I was first reading it, because I'm not thinking of every single play style that goes. I'm just thinking of, people that solo at a super high level and do CMs. And, like, there's so many things they have to keep in mind when they're making little updates like this. Like, there are things that affect early game, and they have to be very, like, wary of that. So
it's the accumulation as well. Is because you've got to, with that specific example, it's quite easy to just say, oh, well, who cares? It's only fire making from level like 1 to 40. Like, who actually cares? But if they say that with absolutely everything that's low level, within 3 years, you're just going to have a totally warped experience of what being a low-level player on this game is. And it already is to an extent. I mean, you can see with things like the Osiris guide and stuff like that, that it's very different to what it would have been in 2013. But I think they do a decent job of keeping it at a level that works for most people. I mean, the very fact that this game has a higher player count now than it did 8 years ago is kind of testament to the fact that they do a decent job overall.
Yeah, it's a tough line to kind of walk. It's a small tightrope to walk for sure. Okay, let's go to his third question. Question 3. Oh god, what was your motivation to become a maxed Zerker?
Well, I guess I kind of touched on it already with Boaty's One Man Army series. I watched that. I thought being a Zerker looked really, really cool. I still think it's a very cool account build. I think it's probably cooler now than it was when I was one. Because things like Inquisitor are just, that's just very cool considering, when I was doing it, the best in slot would have been a Fire Torso and Rune Plate Legs. Having that kind of diversity in low-level gear is cool. I like the fact that they kind of cater to it quite often with things like Missouri and Inquisitor itself. Having sort of a low-level variant. I like the idea that they pander to an extent to these sort of glass cannon builds. And I think glass cannon just as a concept is quite popular in gaming, right?
Yep, I like it too.
Generally.
I like that they cater to it.
Yeah, so and I always just thought the Zerk was the most fun of the low level builds. I always thought like Pures didn't really have enough going on. There wasn't enough sort of quests that you could do. There wasn't enough variety in gear. It was quite painful PVMing in particular with 1 defense in a way that 45 defense wasn't that bad. I used to do like a lot of Chambers of Xeric as a Zerk, a lot of like Cerberus as a Zerk. And that was all like just really, really nice. What's kind of stopped me though was I kind of got quite into like speed running and that kind of thing. And speed running on a limited account build is just painful because you're always calculating to how good you would be as a main, which is the kind of thing where you go, oh, well, why on earth don't I just become a main then? And then eventually I did.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I remember, Tails, the Iron Man, that used to be, I think it was a Zerk, actually. Or something like that. I can't remember his exact, style of play, but he just was, he had, like 2 bill XP on his Iron Man, just wasn't maxed. And it's just, when you start analyzing how inefficient you have to make certain things because of the lack of max cape or the lack of certain quests.
Yeah, it's like I was using a twisted bow with Eagle Eye, and you just every single time you hit, you're like, I'm losing 7 max hits doing this.
Oh my god, yeah. You have to really dedicate yourself to it. You have to be like, no, don't change. But yeah, and one of the problems is maybe in the current era it makes sense, but then 5 years down the line and you have these crazy upgrades that you almost have to affect your build slightly. Even when things get different level requirements, like the rapier shoots up some level requirements, some other things do. It's like, god damn it, I have to.
I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? All these PVM Zerkers and stuff now all have 90 attack, don't they?
Yeah.
Because they have to use a scythe, which is hard, right? And it's just far easier on your mental well-being to just be a main. So I can see. I mean, hardly anyone stays a limited account build now, do they? I can't think of any particularly.
It's very rare.
I can't think of any particularly high-level players that are still the account build they were, 5 years ago. And I also think it's a really slippery slope. If ever you see a 1 defense pure who's been a 1 defense pure, they've got 99 in all stats, and they go, oh, I actually really like the idea of using Inquisitor, so I'm going to become a 30 defense build. As soon as you take that first step, like, you're done. You're going to be 99 defense within the year.
Yeah, yeah. It's tough nowadays. I'm happy with how I play. Like, just one account, everything's open to me. And
am I right in thinking you have never played another account, or did you have a main before?
So I had a main when I first started. I played a main in 2015. That's when I first started, and just kind of playing very newbie. I used to camp a lot of wyverns just for fun. Like, that was my money making method, just camp wyverns, ranging them. And then I even made an alt that I still have that kind of like holds money on occasionally. And that account was a pure that I made, and I wanted that to be another wyvern alt so I could play with two. And initially I actually got to 72 Slayer with one prayer. It was just ranged. And I was sitting there at wyverns, just fucking one prayer at 72, and I was like kind of balling out because you could just safe spot them. But I eventually buried like 2 wyvern bones. I got to 2 prayer. I was like, fuck, because I was just idiotic with burying them because I'd do it on my main.
Custom left click was not a thing yet, I'm guessing.
Yeah, like there was no there was no plugins really. I think I was even playing like base vanilla, like RuneScape. I don't know what I was doing, but yeah. So that was my first kind of accounts, and I even like AFK 99 woodcutting on there. And then my hardcore Iron Man, my first hardcore Iron Man, who actually got permanently banned for 4 years and then got randomly unbanned. And
was it a legitimate ban?
What?
Was it a legitimate ban?
Yeah. I auto-clicked AUX for 6 hours straight.
Nice.
Yeah, and then got banned several days later, and I was like, oh shit, permed for that. And I had a friend, I've told this story many times, but like I had a friend that was like, yeah, man, like just auto-click out. This is me in college when I didn't take the game super seriously. He's like, dude, like I've auto-clicked AUX to 99 magic on like 4 different accounts. You're totally good, man. You never get caught. And I was like, oh shit, okay, I'll just do that. Fucking do it one time, just get permed. I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I fundamentally believe there is basically no one that plays this game that has not botted, auto-clicked, real-world traded to some capacity.
If you've played this game since childhood, yeah, it's very, very rare for nobody to have like, tested that line.
Yeah, I mean, have I done? I think I've done all of those things at some point or the other. Not for a long time, but yeah, like when you spend 15 years doing something, like and someone goes, you could like sell your GP and get like $100, and you're like 15 years old, like fucking hell,
yeah,
$100.
No, like you do, like it makes sense. Everyone, like was a child at some point, or just wanted to figure things out. But it's like as soon as you get that punishment, for me at least, like as soon as I got perm banned, like, and I made a new account like 3 weeks later, I was like, I made a vow to myself. I'm like, this fucking sucked so bad to lose this many hours on an account that I just had to make a promise to myself. I'm never gonna like test that line when it comes to cheating, and it's just not fucking worth it. So yeah,
I botted 87 magic once, and as you say, got perm banned.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. And I mean, I don't know, but I don't blame people, and I also don't think people can't change. Like there's this like idea that goes around like, oh, like once you've cheated, you're always a cheater. Like, no, that's fucking bullshit. People, if you get banned, a lot of people will have a complete like change of heart and be like, okay, I'm not gonna fucking do that again. Like that was idiotic of me.
It's like any of these things, right? If you get people that get like told off by the police, like for most people that is enough to shit them up and not do anything else.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. How did your first ever PK session in PvP Worlds go?
So I had an idea which was just terrible. Probably like 6 years ago, I was like, oh, I know what would make a really good video series. Watching someone go from having never PK'd before to being really good. And even now, conceptually, that sounds decent, but no one wants to see someone PK who can't PK. Like, they just don't. And I was like, people will love that. No one's ever done this before. I'm a genius. And then when I watched the video back, I was like, oh, okay, there's obviously a reason no one does this because it's painful. But in my first PK session ever, I somehow managed to smite a guy for an Armadillo Godsword.
Wow.
And I was like, Armadillo Godsword was like worth money at the time. And I was terrible. I had like a whip and a DDS, and I was like, I had no idea how I even killed him. Like I was like doing like a 7-tick switch into a DDS spec kind of thing. And yeah, managed to smite a guy for an Armadillo Godsword. So that's a kind of an inside joke there, because I'm pretty sure that's from Kemp, and I'm pretty sure he knows that's what happened.
That's funny. Have you ever been lured/scammed?
Oh, too many times. Too many times. Not for a decent amount of time, I don't think, but so when I got scammed or so there's at least 3 stories of this. So one, I got hacked by my real life friend that I only found out about 6 years after the event. I nearly punched him 6 years after the event because of the trauma that held in my heart for that long.
Holy.
I must have been about 9 years old, right? And it was like we just all started playing RuneScape together, and I had somehow got myself a set of full adamant armor. I'd like trained to 30 defense on like Alcarid warriors. I then somehow managed to convince someone to trade me full Addy for their rune kite shield, and I got the rune kite shield. And I was like, "Fuck me, I am balling," and I managed to sell that. What the fuck was that?
Oh,
sorry.
You're good.
Sorry, I think I'm in a studio outside in my shed. Something just fell over in the shed and made like an ungodly loud noise.
The ghost, dude.
That was terrifying. That's never happened before, ever. Okay, where was I? Yeah, so I had 113k, and I logged in one evening and I had 13k in my invent.
Oh,
my 100k was gone.
No.
And I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck is that? I went ballistic. I was like 9. I was like crying at my computer, screaming, like, oh my God, it was awful. That was the worst. But you're 8, so you get over it. But yeah, he told me when I was like 14, I was like, fuck you wanker.
Damn.
which is bad. And then I got another one where I got backward password scammed again when I was like,
oh, no.
I got like a I'd somehow managed to merch myself. I used to just do terrible merching. So I somehow managed to merch myself up to a Guthix plate body, which at the time was 450k. And I saw someone post like at the trading place near the Varrock Bank. They went something like, if you type your password backward, it comes up as stars, star, 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 star. And I was like, oh my God, that's amazing. And so I obviously typed in, what would it have been? 4 Erif Regat.
What is that in normal?
It was Fire Tiger 4. Type that in backwards, and of course it doesn't come up in stars. And I start panicking, and then immediately get logged out, and that's me done. Bye Guthix plate body. That was bad. That was probably the least traumatic of them. And then one that was atrocious was, I was probably about 14, and like when you're 14, you've got this real sort of false arrogance about you, where you think you are the smartest person in the world.
Yep.
And that was me. And I'd spent a long time selling floors, dungeoneering. Do you know what I mean by that?
No, I never played then at that time.
Yeah. So what it basically involves is just like you and a partner do a dungeon, like a corrupted gauntlet or whatever, for 3 other people. So it's a 5-man team. 2 people sell the floor. The other guys pay like 3 mil each, and then you run through and you make like 4.5 mil for doing the floor for people, right? And I did that until I got a red party hat, which at the time was like 1.4 bill.
Holy shit.
That kind of dates that. I mean, now what's a red party hat? Probably like 30, 40 bill or something, maybe more. And I just got scammed for it. And I got scammed for it by a guy that was like, oh, drop the party hat and then trade me and I'll give you X amount of money or whatever it was. And I was like, oh yeah, this will be fine. I'll just hit accept and then not click the teleport item that he's giving me because I'm not an idiot.
Oh, no.
So I did that. I drop the party hat. I get in the trade screen. He sees that I've got 28 free invent slots, so I've clearly not got the hat on me. And then just exits out the trade. And all I can see is like 1,000 clockwork cats spawning underneath me. And for some reason, they're left. So I couldn't left click the party hat on the floor because there was cat spawning, and they were taking the left click. And then when you right clicked on the stack to like bring up the menu, the clockwork cats kind of like were force closing that menu straight away.
Oh, the panic! Holy shit! I can only imagine. Oh my god,
you can't even imagine, right? So it's just sitting there on the floor. I can't grab it, and then this guy just like runs in and telegrabs it like a minute later, and I was just like, oh my fucking god, what have I just done? Like, and it was worse because I'd spent like so long like saving up for it.
Dude, I'm just like I can feel this, just the heart dropping, just like the deep swallows, you know what I'm talking about, where you're just swallowing that fucking like painful feeling. Just, oh my god, the panic, the sweating,
awful. Like, the closest I've had to it in terms of in-game stuff was recently when I lost my crossbow on my Xtreme One Chunk account.
Oh, what happened?
Again, it was clearly a theme with me. Got a bit arrogant and was just doing skulled revenants with a crossbow on mobile with 44 prayer.
Ooh, yeah.
And I was like watching a video. I just got like some like max med or something got on me and was just like absolutely working me and just like smited me.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Damn, doing that on mobile. Fuck.
Yeah, it was. I was like lying in bed watching a video on my phone, skulled revenants with a crossbow. What was I doing? Honestly, I look back on it now and I'm like, you are a bozo.
Yeah.
And now I'm like 15,000 revenants dry of getting another weapon since then.
Yeah. Oh my god, that party hat, the story just makes me sick. I mean, something.
It was sickening.
You're totally right, though. There's like that kind of complex in your brain where you just think you think that you are the one that's anti-scamming. Like, I'm gonna show these guys, like, these guys are fucking idiots. They don't know what they're doing. I'm gonna win this, whatever money or whatever. And I mean, I even remember seeing like old videos of people showing these lures. One in particular was, where you get the boots of lightness.
Yeah.
And like there's like this little bridge that you can cross or some shit and you fall into the lava. I don't even know that place very well, but I remember certain videos where like people would drop shit and like they couldn't go re-get it. Basically, they'd keep slipping or something like that. And it's just people fall for it all the time. And even I think one of the scams that makes me, I think is some Twitch streamer fell for this one on stream where like, they're like, hey, give me your twisted bow or something. And like, okay, wait, just meet me over here. My main's on this other location. So then he like puts up a teletab and then you click accept while your TiVo's still fucking up there. And you just click accept, and then all of a sudden you have a teletab, and your TiVo's already been traded over, and so the guy.
Oh no, it's just the worst. Like when you get scammed, it's honestly bad because you're just like, how? I bet it's even worse in real life. I've never been scammed in real life.
Oh, like, dude, just imagine fucking live streaming it. Just how fucking stupid you had to feel.
But like, it's bad with a twisted bow. But can you imagine like you lost like $10,000 or whatever to a scam in real life, and there's nothing you could do. Like, you just die, wouldn't you? You'd just be like, oh my god.
It's a good thing that RuneScape does exist, because I mean, at a very early age, I was able to very easily detect who scammers are. It's just the persona they put on, what things that seem too good to be true. I mean, I learned lessons. I got scammed a lot of times. Well, not a lot of times, but several times. And you just get to the point.
Did you ever have any as bad as that red party hat one?
No, my worst was just, me having, I think I had like 100K, a muddy key, and a fucking spinach roll, which, at the time, like, those items were fucking useless, but everyone's a child, so you can just claim it's any price you want. So, spinach roll was like worth 100K or 200K, and muddy key was worth, how much. So in my head, I'm thinking I have like fucking $500,000. And, it's like 2004, 2005 era. And some guy's like, hey, trust party, come follow me, whatever it is. We go up to the fucking Xeric castle. Like, imagine fucking following somebody that's saying trust game or trust party. Like, you're fucking idiotic, but you're so bored.
Follow, don't you? And you're like, what the fuck was I doing?
Yeah, I mean, you're just so bored that, like, oh, there's people doing something. Let's go and follow them, Like, I'm free to follow. And they're treating you all nice and stuff. You go up to the Xeric castle, top floor, and then they're like, hey, like, and this guy's wearing some hella nice stuff, and he's just like, hey, I'm just a very generous player, and I'm a fucking 9-year-old that's just like, oh wow, there's generous people, like, this is so cool. And he's like, I'm gonna give you, like $5 million if you just trust me with your item, because there's so many people that just don't trust people nowadays, right? Am I right? I'm like, yeah, man, like, I'm very trustworthy. And so, I put my trust in this guy. I fucking gave him 100K, and then, he didn't trade anything. He's like, you know what? Like, I bet you're really trusted. I bet you'll put up the other 2 items, and I'll trade it all back, and I'll give you $5 million for how much you trusted. And so I give him everything, and then he doesn't even log out. He's just ignoring me. So he ignores me for like 5 minutes. Just walks away. I mean, he had like 3 of his friends up there, and it's like, I'm pretty sure I was the only one that actually got scammed. I'm pretty sure everyone else was just a part of it. And
for sure. I mean, the craziest thing about those early scams as well is that there's fake videos on YouTube of people like showing you what the scam is, but it's not the real scam. So you like think what's happening. Yeah, because that's kind of what happened when I read Party Out one. I was like, oh yeah, I know what's happening. He's going to trade me this teleport. I'm then going to click teleport absentmindedly and forget to pick up my party hat, and then he's going to grab it. So I was like, oh, that's definitely what's going to happen. And then it didn't.
Yeah, you have what happens, and this is just me based off of videos and other people I've talked to, like friends that have, been through it. But yeah, there'll be some guy that like scouts you out, and he's like, hey, add me, man. Like, these guys are trying to scam you, but listen, watch this fucking video, and this is how you anti-scam them. It's just everything is so fucking set up, and you think you're like a genius for being like, yeah, like, I just met some random guy that randomly starts DMing me and just fucking like telling me all about it. Like, shut the fuck up. Yeah. So, and I will say as well, like, being an Iron Man, you completely eliminate yourself from the pool of getting scammed. But even on top of that, I'm just old enough to understand this is a fucking video game, and it's RuneScape, and people love scamming people. So any time where somebody randomly shows up at the Grand Exchange and you're wearing something wealthy, and somebody's like, hey, like, what's up, man? Add me, by the way. Like, no, fuck you. I'm not, like, this is so clearly a scam. So I think it just takes a few times, and then you understand that people are.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, the worst I've ever felt on this game was when I got hacked on my Iron Man, like, relatively recently. Like, that was crazy. I didn't even know it was possible to feel like that over a video game. It was nuts.
How did you get hacked?
No idea. Still don't know. Genuinely.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna like say like you knew how it all happened.
No, so it must have been 9 months ago, something like that, probably. I was just doing Tombs of a Massacre on the Iron Man. Totally, like, so, max total level, full Torva, twisted bow, scythe, full Missouri, like, everything. The only thing I basically needed for full max was a shadow. And then I said pot to the team, wheel potted, it got instantly logged out. I was like, okay. But that happens sometimes. If the servers go or your internet goes or something like that. Tried to log back in, wasn't happening. And then it kind of just slowly started to dawn on me that I was in the midst of getting hacked. Obviously start doing all the usual things like messaging JMods and whatever, like going lock my account, blah blah blah. But by that point, it's already over, isn't it? Like 5 minutes after it's happened, it's done. Got cleaned out in about 25 minutes. Got back into the account 25 minutes later, and just everything gone.
Everything in your inventory, like, did you still have your some of your banks? So your bank was fine because they needed a PIN.
No, they got the PIN. No idea. So
Really?
I went through all this with people from Jagex, right? I said to Ash, I was like, I had like dialogue with Ash about it. I was like, can you kind of see what happened your side? He was like, yeah, they tried like 4 or 5 pins, and then like the 5th one worked.
What the fuck?
And I have no idea. So like it's funny because when you get hacked, right, and when other people get hacked, you assume it's their fault in some way. You know, oh, they went on this website, oh, they typed this in, oh, they went on a rat stream, they got fished, whatever, right? You always assume that. They always say they did, and you always assume they did. That's kind of how it is. But when it happens to you, suddenly you're like, fuck, this is like actually legit. Like you can just kind of get hacked from nowhere. And I don't really care now, because ultimately it happening really sort of hit home to me how bad my RuneScape addiction was. The fact that I could be that, like, I was genuinely upset. Like I was like crying as like a 27-year-old man over a video game, right?
I mean, I don't even think that's unreasonable. Maybe
sure,
I'm as nerdy as you, but like, holy shit, that's.
It's in that moment that you realize that you're like, fuck, this like matters to me, like an ungodly amount. You're like, you know, like really, really like visceral reaction. And it was just terrible. And you're like crying. You're like, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me, blah, blah, blah. And like kind of in the days after, I was like, my RuneScape addiction is off the fucking charts. To feel like that. I mean, and rightly so, feeling like that, because you've spent thousands and thousands of hours doing it. But I tell you what, you don't appreciate, and you won't appreciate, the things in your bank and how long they took you to get until you don't have them anymore. Because the worst thing about this hack, right, was it happened 2 days before I got the invite to the Jagex account beta. So 2 days later, it wouldn't have happened, because all the login information would have changed. But everyone on Twitter, right, is essentially, whether they say it or not, thinking, oh, he's just got a rat on his PC, and that's how they got his bank pin. And I was like, I categorically don't. I had like a professional like take my PC apart and, like, you know, metaphorically, to see if there was anything there, and there wasn't. It was like a dead email address, so it wasn't like an email address that I used for like shopping or work or whatever. It was just only for RuneScape, and that was it. The bank pin wasn't like a birth date or anything like that. It was just totally random numbers. So like, fuck. I still can't conceivably see how it happened, other than some kind of employee at Jagex or some kind of code within RuneLite. I genuinely can't see how it could have happened aside from that. Which is kind of scary, because it made me think. I was like, if there was a motivated employee at Jagex that just wanted a bit of extra side income, you could so easily get like $10,000 on the side and no one would notice. Everyone would just assume that the 6 people that got hacked that month weren't paying attention to their account security or whatever like that. I'm not saying that is what happened, but it could have happened.
When you have no idea, you have to think of what happened.
And the thing is, it did happen. Like, that's what Jed was doing.
Yeah,
it was hacking people and taking their money. So like the fact it did happen says that it, you know, was to stop it happening again. So yeah, absolutely crazy. But it was quite good for me, I think, in hindsight now, looking back, because even though I probably play more RuneScape now than I did then, you know, like doing the YouTube series and that kind of thing, I play in a very mentally different way.
Like
So
there's no like deep attachment really.
yeah, I love playing this way because it's so arbitrary to the point that no one would be interested in hacking me because I don't have a 8 bill bank on an Iron Man kind of thing.
Yeah.
Um, I think about the game way differently. I'm not so attached to the account and the progress anymore because I was just like looking at things in my bank, like an Eladinus ward with a arcane sigil attached, right?
Yep.
I was like looking at how would I get that back from scratch. And you're like, fucking hell, like even that tiny item that I barely used and like would take me months to get back probably from
Yep.
scratch. And I was just like,
Yep.
and everyone was like, oh, well, you've got a Jagex account now. Like, you don't need to de-iron. You could just, you can rebuild.
Like, oh my
I was like,
God.
fuck that. There is no chance I'm doing that. Like, because
Yeah.
the items you have are so intrinsically linked to your account progress
Yep.
that suddenly when you have the progress but not the items seem so much more daunting to get.
Oh, totally. I mean, dude, like I've spent almost 20,000 hours on this account. If everything were to be just gone, like it would literally take me at least 10,000 hours to get everything back. Like at least. Because it's just you have so much fucking shit to go through. Just getting the supplies to grind these items, like it's just.
I mean,
unreal.
that's the thing as well. Is because you're looking at your bank and like they not only take your PVM uniques, like they take your stack of 7,000 Ranar weeds as well.
Yep.
And so you're looking at it like, fuck, now I've got to get all that shit back before
Time to
I
do
can
farming
even
contracts
start
to get
it.
fucking seeds.
Yeah, honestly, right. And like, and people were like, oh, it's fine now. You can just go to Gauntlet and get yourself a Boffer, and like you're pretty much set for PVM. And it's like, well, kind of, but also like, can you actually imagine going from like max to using a random Boffer, and then can you imagine even worse going like 900 dry, getting an enhanced weapon seed in the mental headspace you are just after you've been hacked?
Bro, so I was out in the wilderness. This is like 2 or 3 years ago, but I was accidentally on a high risk world out in the wilderness, and now this is about 2 years ago, and I just opened the lever because I was gonna do a clue scroll, and so I'm risking my eternal glory, my claws, my blowpipe with all my dragon darts in it and shit, and just like I would have lost all that shit had I not escaped barely with like fucking 16 HP left.
Really?
Because I was yelling at my stream. I'm like, I need help, world, blah, blah, blah. So I had like 3 fucking naked people.
I bet you'd look back at the clip and be like, that's so embarrassing. That gave me the ick.
No, dude, like I actually had, like it's a highlight on my stream. Like you can watch the whole thing. It's like a 3-minute highlight of just me out there yelling for my.
I'm gonna have to watch that at some point.
It's amazing because somehow I actually fucking escaped due to these legends that came out. Because I was teleblocked, I couldn't fucking leave. I just was sitting out there waiting to die, and they had like 3 or 4 people out there just waiting. Like it's all single, so people would have to PJ me. But I did some great fucking footwork, got some good movement, got a gap, and then logged out. And I couldn't believe that I escaped. But even thinking of having to regrind an eternal glory and fucking claws gave me such like bad anxiety of just like thinking I have to fucking do this again. And that's like so little compared to grinding a T-bow and full soul.
Yeah, that was the item that I was like, I can't rationalize myself the time investment it's going to take to get a Twisted Bow back.
Yeah, stupid. Okay. Question number 5. It's only been 2 hours. All right. What goal are you most excited to achieve on your chunk account?
Oh, gotta be Revenant Greenlog at this point. It's too painful being here for this long. Like I'm 23,000 Revenants in, and I've got a crossbow in the log, which I no longer have, and nothing else.
Fun stuff. Yeah. Not
I mean, I'm kind of glad I got this chunk as one of my rolled ones because it is very good for the account in the long run. Just having some good weapons, which not many chunk accounts actually have. So it will set me up quite nicely. I'm really hoping I get the Barrows chunk soon, because doing that with a Thamaron Scepter would just be chef's kiss. Um, but yeah, just getting the Revenant Green Log has to be done.
It just sucks so bad that you lost that crossbow, because I mean, grinding revs isn't so bad when you have a crossbow, but as soon as you don't have that, you're back to just
I
piss
know
poor
it's
DPS.
hard though because I actually did the maths and doing Revenants with a Craw's unskulled is actually similar to what I'm doing at the moment, which is a Maple Shortbow skulled.
Mm.
So it's not too bad in terms of time loss. But it depends whether the audience is going to make me get the crossbow back or if having had it and equipped it is enough.
Yeah, just pray the first weapon you get is a crossbow again. That'd be just convenient.
Exactly, because the last one, it's like that's when it becomes a
Yeah,
debate. I really want a Vigorous Chainmace though, so I don't know how caught up you are in my series, but one of the grinds I have to do is get 89 agility for the Revenant Cave shortcut.
yeah. I saw the werewolf agility video.
Yeah, and so it's on the werewolf agility course. So like getting the 80 strength from getting the Vigorous Chainmace would just be so nice to do the werewolf course without ever failing.
Yep. Yeah, I've actually never ever done werewolf agility, not even once.
It's such surprisingly good XP. I was like, sorry, this is like 69k XP per hour if you 80 agility and 80 strength. That's like really good,
Yeah,
particularly pre-Sepulchre as well.
that's like better than Brimhaven if you're not gonna do the little pressure pads over and over. So
Yeah,
yeah, that's pretty insane. Yeah, before Sepulchre, that was the meta,
yeah.
or one of the metas.
It's bizarre, yeah. I mean, it's weird that it's got terrible PR, is how I'd refer to it. And rooftop courses have incredible PR. Like everyone does rooftops for no real good reason,
Well,
particularly
it's just the
nowadays.
marks of grace. Like you actually get profit from. It's like the one version
Yeah,
besides Sepulchre. I mean, so many people are so intimidated by Sepulchre that they just don't even try it.
yeah. It's content I've never really done. I tried it briefly on my Iron Man and was like, and gave up after like 10 minutes. Like as you can imagine, it's that kind of content where you either stay long enough to master it and you're like, this is brilliant, or you quit immediately.
Yeah, yeah,
And I
entirely.
fell into the quit immediately camp because I was already 99 agility.
It's just like you go into it. Like I see it now, and I'm like, dude, like everyone should do this. This is so much fun. But it's the same. Like I remember learning Sepulchre. It was a bitch. You don't have any pattern recognition yet. Like everything is just like, wait, am I gonna get flamed here? I have no fucking clue. I don't know where the flame statues are. Then as soon as you start, you do 100 completions, you're like, oh, okay, like I actually fully understand these patterns. I understand where to stand. I understand the tick timing. Like it all becomes a breeze, and then it becomes addicting.
Yeah, it's like solo chambers, isn't it? Like it
Totally.
looks so easy when people that know what they're doing are doing it. And so that you go in on your first time going, oh, this is going to be fine. And then like you go into like your first Olm solo and you get absolutely fucking ransacked.
And
You cannot appreciate how tricky it is from watching people that can do it do it.
yeah, and the thing is with most PVM, the most high level activities in RuneScape require anticipation. So you need to anticipate things that are happening. 4-to-1 Olm is the exact it's the perfect example of anticipation. You literally need to know what you're doing before you do it. In a sense, this is like 4-to-0 is a great example. Like you can't be looking at something. You can't be like waiting for your guy to do something. You have to know what is exactly going to be happening and switching gear beforehand. And as soon as you get all that clicking for you, it becomes super, super fun. It's the
Oh yeah,
same thing
that's
with
definitely RuneScape at its best. Like that sort of
yep.
intuitive pattern-based clicking that's just like, oh, and when you get it right, it just goes off. Like when you do a perfect Olm and you went in with like doses of brew,
Oh yeah.
and you just smash it and get the
Ballin'.
time, and you did the whole raid in like 16 minutes. You're like, fuck yeah.
It's an amazing feeling. Have you ever flicked any God Wars, like any melee flicking?
Yeah, I used to do quite a bit of bandos flicking back in the day with like scythe and stuff. So not that back in the day, but a while ago. But yeah, I used to do some of that, and it does feel nice.
Yeah,
Like
like
the
that.
first time you really get the step unders correct
Hmm.
is a very nice feeling.
Yeah, and that is pure anticipation. Like you can't go in there and start looking for the cues. I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess you look for the cues, but you can't look for them when they're happening. You have to know the cycle. You have to know you have to anticipate all this stuff beforehand. That's I wonder if RuneScape's actually going to be changing in that regard. Like, you know how they are coming out, I don't know if you've killed Awaken or just not even Awaken, but Leviathan in general. But
No, I assume I stopped playing the real game about 9 months ago.
yeah, that's what I thought. I just need to make sure. But yeah, like Leviathan shoots out green, red, and blue balls, and
Yeah.
but you're not anticipating them. Like they've shot out, and you still have time to pray against them. But in most old school PVM, when the boss fires the shot, like you had to have already been praying it, or else you're getting fucked. So
Yeah, it's a hard balance, isn't it? Because they did the same thing with the Versic
yep,
attacks, didn't they? They made them unanticipated. Well, like you could react to them
yep.
basically, but which is if it feels better than just random, but it's definitely less good than predicting,
Well, it just
which
yeah, like
is
if
hard because they don't know how to consistently make good content is essentially the issue. They don't know how to make Chambers of Xeric. They don't know how to make Olm 2. They can't do it. They it was an accident the first time. A happy little accident, but they definitely didn't mean for it to be like that. I don't think they can do that again deliberately, which is kind of the ultimate problem with they don't know how to make their best content.
I actually think I think the formula is there. I don't think it's an impossible task. I just think in their eyes, they see Olm as probably. I mean, if you've done solo Olm and you realize how much of a fun time it is, then you can appreciate it. But vast majority of players are never gonna want to learn how to solo Olm. They're just so. Like I feel like part of it is they don't even feel the desire to recreate Ulm because, in a sense, only a very small portion of the community even actually admires it.
I guess, but with things like I haven't done it in a long time, so I can't really speak with authority. But I swear a lot of Tombs of Amaska is reaction based as well, instead of having some kind of pattern recognition to it.
Well, yeah, I think TOA in general is very like it's very sort of like a cookie cutter. It's just like everything is just planned out. Like everything has a purpose. Everything. Olm was just okay. This thing's gonna start firing shots at you every 4 ticks or whatever whatever the pattern is, and you just find out a way to dodge it. But with like Baba and stuff, like there's like the room goes a certain way. There's thresholds and stuff. I don't know. I guess there's similarities, but it's more
It's
like
the
laid
over
out for you.
engineering of it, isn't it? That's the issue. Is that they actually now think about it too much, and therefore there's only one way to do it, which is the way they designed to do it.
Hmm.
Whereas Chambers of Xeric, they just kind of, as you say, made some stats and said, "Fucking go for it, have fun with that," and then we, the players, managed to find a better, more fun way of doing it.
Yeah, no, I
Which
mean
can't be done with Tombs of a Massacre because there's only one way to do it.
yeah, I mean I can't I don't want to like discredit TOA too much. Like there are some things that they've done well. Like Akka is really cool. Like Akka was very like planned out. Like this is how you kill Akka. You go and switch styles and kill it. And then they came out with the
Yeah.
butterfly method. It's like, oh, this is fucking cool. This is unique. Baba, has
Yeah.
the red X as well. So there's ways to avoid it, and they were really good at not entirely removing those.
Yeah, no, you are right. I guess the Akka stuff is very, I guess, akin to Ulm. It's actually the Wardens that feels the most prescriptive in that way,
You're right. It does.
which is kind of tough. And I liked on week of release when you could one down the core with like a big team and a load of DDSs. That was really cool. I felt they should have left that in. But they got rid of that, which was lame.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the happy accidents which are the best gameplay, and I can't really think of how they can make content in a way that leaves adequate scope for accidents deliberately.
I think it's all about just having a boss that is very, very rhythmic and has very set patterns that aren't too like restrictive. So I think of like Zarpus. I think Zarpus is actually another good example of a boss that this boss is just going to turn every 4 ticks to another player, shoot some acid, and then it's going to have another phase where it just turns its head. And even though the boss is very, very simple, you've now created this fun dynamic where, you know, you can kind of like during the middle phase of it, you know, plan this 5-tick little pattern of running. And so you're, you know, avoiding aciding the wrong spots. And like, it's really cool how how teams have kind of managed that acid walk in a sense, like the acid run. And they didn't have to make anything terribly restrictive with Zarpus. It's a very simple room, but at the end of the day, a lot of people really enjoy that Zarpus mid phase because it's all the kind of footwork and it's the timing and it's just getting.
Yeah, I think what they need to focus on is like making it A, predictable in terms of timing, and then B, that you can actually skip attacks in some form. You can make it so that it doesn't attack you, even if they don't understand a way to make it so that it consistently doesn't attack you. People will normally find a way to do it.
Yeah, being able to skip phases, being able to like, I love I don't know if have you done Muspa? I can't remember if that was before.
Yeah, I've done Muspa.
It's like Muspa. I wish Muspa's smite phase was more consistent. Like I wish you could actually get that a little bit more often, because like skipping phases feels hella nice. Skipping certain mechanics feels good if you play perfectly. One of the things that really irritates me is when they come out with content and they force you. They create nulled damage, and they create like this idea like, no, you are forced to do this. This Volcano bothers me to no end, because it's just, no matter how much DPS you can do with your Tephra, you are forced to do 3 phases. As soon as you get that threshold, it fucking caps you. No more damage. You have to do these 3 phases. And it's like, oh my God, like it's just like irritates me to no end, because you've now just you've restricted the meta for this mini game. Like you can't just go in there with a bunch of people and just one down it every time and have a fucking like nice mass time. It's like, nah, everything's very restrictive and formulaic. Like, no, this is how it goes every single time. So I feel like adding freedom is important.
It would just be good to make because with Olm they made it so that if you moved out of the way, it skipped an attack. They knew that it could do that and you could do that, but they didn't understand how to make it so it was always skipping attacks, right? Mm-hmm. Which was the happy accident. But yeah, I think they just need to basically make it so you can skip attacks in theory with all bosses, and then let the players figure out how to make that as good as possible.
Yeah, it's very, very tough.
I guess if all bosses were the same, then suddenly it would feel crap again.
No, it's just about like, I don't know. It's really tough because I'm not like a game dev, obviously, but I know when things are done right. Like there's a feeling you get from it where there's so much freedom in the room to do stuff, and you kind of just figure it out. And the boss is extremely punishing, but there's ways to manipulate the boss. I was saying that on a different cast. Like the thing that's so addicting about Olm is you make Olm your bitch. Like you literally are in full control of it. Like it is just lost, and you are just navigating flawlessly with your attacks, with your timing, with your gear switches, everything. And it's just Olm is looking like a fucking like lost lizard, basically. This has no control. It's just moving its head over and over, getting hella frustrated, I imagine. That is so fun. That makes you feel like you're a badass motherfucker when you're like making a monster your bitch. So
Yeah, I remember like years and years ago when I first saw people doing like 4-to-1 properly,
mhm.
like, using a tentacle whip to do it. But when they were doing it like Stay West and Latias and people like that, I was like mesmerized by just,
Gamers.
yeah, just stunning gameplay at that early stage as well when it wasn't really prevalent. I just remember being blown away by it.
Dude, somebody actually commented on one of my videos lately, suggesting awakened God Wars dungeon, or a harder difficulty of traditional God Wars dungeon, not next, but the other four. And
Yeah.
one of my thoughts, you just let me know what you think, because you do have experience with flicking. One of the depressing things, and it's not like the end of the world by any means, like the game progresses and metas change, and we have range bandos and range Zammy, and you just walk to these certain tiles, blah blah blah. There's really no effort. I really like if they were to come out with a very simple design for a new kind of awakened God Wars dungeon. I think what would be so cool is to raise the HP of everything and make it so that like the defense, like their range defense and their magic defense is like super high, so you have to melee the awakened variants in a sense. So like you go in there and the fight is much longer, so you're forced to learn how to flick, and you're forced to learn how to do walk unders, and you're forced to learn like the nice timing of finishing off those 3 minions, because there's something extremely satisfying about traditional bandos flicking and Zammy flicking. So if they were to come out with like an awakened kind of version of that where everything just has higher damage output and higher HP, I think like being able to bring that back and have it feel good, have it not feel like you're just trolling, doing flicking just for nostalgia's sake, would be really cool. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I do like the idea of making God Wars great again, because it is some of the best content they've released in terms of accidental fun ways and how to do it. Um, you are right though. I think the range, as much as we were just praising movement being so good as a mechanic, I think it did ruin God Wars in a way. Who's the guy that does it? GE Challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's the guy that comes over there. Yeah, like I mean, it's amazing. Like massive props to him. Like that's so cool. But it did sort of take away the soul of what Bandos was, being able to just run around the room ranging it.
Well, and like it would be different. Like for example, if because there's nothing like inherently wrong with switching to the range meta and having to be very tick perfect on these stepping tiles. The problem is like you just fucking murder the boss so insanely fast, and you're taking no damage from the actual boss itself. So you just pray mage the whole time and you're good to go, and then you just pray mage and kill the minions. But if the minions were super powerful, and now you have to click on the tiles but also switch your prayers on in a 5-tick pattern, 3 different minions attacking you consistently, like that would add an element where like, okay, this has actually gotten a lot more intense. And
yeah, I mean that's the thing, isn't it? I think it depends what they're trying to do with it. Like, is it going to be a boss where you need to get items from it? Is it going to be just cosmetics? Is it going to be just a challenge? I think all of those make it so that you require different things. I think if it's just a challenge, I would have it so that like the minions hit you really hard, but they're not even off ticked by default. So you have to like step under them and off tick them yourself and stuff like this. Whereas if it was like a grindable thing to try and get some kind of item, you'd probably have them off ticked by standard. But yeah, I do think God Wars is good content, and they should invest more time into it. They do have like awakened or hard mode versions of God Wars bosses on RS3, I believe.
oh really?
So yeah, so it's not entirely original, but people, RuneScape seems to be one of the few games that doesn't just constantly reissue versions of its most popular content. The closest they've got to it is doing like raids 1, 2, and 3, and kind of probably going to continue that pattern. But other games would be like releasing, Grador Unlimited and all this like every other year.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't really play any other games, so I'm like lost in the patterns of what other games take. It's interesting.
Yeah. No, I don't really play any other games either, but I certainly watch a lot of videos about other games.
I see.
I don't have enough time to play other games.
That's me, man. Well, I also just don't. I lose interest very quickly when games have a very limited scope. Like, okay, just play 50 hours and you're done. You beat the game. Like, just there's something I like. I need that constant slow dopamine drip, just endlessly.
Yeah, like my wife plays a lot of like Hogwarts Legacy and things like that.
Mm.
And I just couldn't. And she's like, "Oh, why don't you do one?" I'm like, "No,
I know.
I'll watch you play."
And then I wonder, like, why don't people get into runes? Why don't normies get into RuneScape? Why don't they like it? And it's like, no, they're playing the game for fun. They're not playing it as a fucking lifestyle. I'm the one that has to take everything to the extreme. Just
Yeah, they're fucking weird. Why would you want to fly around a magical castle and cast spells and fight trolls and stuff when you could just be fletching
dude, it's
5,000 longbows over the next 6
fuck
hours?
yes, fuck yeah. Or clicking on obstacles for 300
Got
hours,
stuck
getting
into my
99 agility.
veins.
No,
Yeah, true.
there's something
Post
just
99 skilling, yes.
dude, post 99 skilling hits hard. It's different. Now it really doesn't actually hit as hard as grinding to 99. I'll be the first to admit. That's part of the reason. It's kind of a selfish desire, but it's also one of those reasons why I would like to have just a purely cosmetic 200 mil capes. Just for like those lunatics like myself that would find a little bit of enjoyment pushing for 200 mils. Just knowing like there is at least some sort of cosmetic of achieving that, and who knows.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things again for like the psychopaths out there. I mean, I don't think it's even possible for me to ever get 200 mil all, but I would even be okay with there being a 200 mil all max cape, something like that signifies that you've achieved 200 mil in all.
I like the idea of it, but again, it sort of ties back to what we said to the collection log, and that if there's anything there, it will be made easier over time.
Thing is like I think you're right about that because there is a small portion that plays in that, but if there's no perks whatsoever, it isn't quite as big of a deal. It's the same thing with like CM capes and the TOA capes. Like nobody actually cares that much. It's just a signal of like, okay, you did this, that's cool, but there's no perk.
Yeah, they are quite good, to be fair. They haven't for a long time, and the only one I can think of that they have done off the top of my head increased the XP per hour of at the top end, other than Slayer, which is just kind of incremental and happens with when they're releasing bosses. But the only like actual method they've released that's like a best in slot training method that I can think of is with agility with Sepulchre. They seem very, very shit scared to release best in slot XP methods.
Imagine right now there was a new form of tick manipulation that came, or just some new pattern of rocks that came out that now shoots mining up to like 200k XP an hour. Because that's literally what happened with 3-tick 4G. 3-tick 4G was not a thing. And then all of a sudden, it just came out, and it was the most dominant XP per hour method by far, and nothing got nerfed from it.
Was this your video? I might have been. What, didn't they accidentally release 1-tick skilling temporarily and then get rid of it?
It was 2-tick skilling.
Oh, was it? What was it again? It was something from some quest or something, wasn't it?
Well, okay, there might have been a separate instance of 1-tick skilling briefly, but there was a 2-tick skilling for about a week where you could use like an air staff and just auto cast against any NPC and then click the resource and just continue to go back and forth and 2-tick anything.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like they seem happy with the game as it is from a skilling capacity. They seem very resistant to new methods and new metas, which is a good thing in some ways, but is kind of interesting in others. That, again, compared to other games, in particular RS3, like, we will never get a better XP per hour like fishing method than we have now, at least deliberately.
Yeah, it's possible. My thoughts on skilling, especially XP rates, is like there really is no need to increase XP rates per hour, in my personal opinion. It's really just about offering new alternatives, like just different things, different methods that are engaging and fun and rewarding. I feel like the worst way to go about like skilling updates is just to increase the XP per hour just so people can get it done faster. I think it's like such a boring, backwards way of looking at skilling. It's like,
Yeah. For sure. The old school is a weird game in that regard, though, because like in RS3, they just like release a new hunter creature that you'd hunt, and it'd just be 50k XP per hour better than whatever there was before.
it's nuts. That's so stupid.
And they just don't do that in this game for some reason, which is a good thing, but it's also quite odd.
I'm so happy they don't do it, because can you just imagine like how, like if they were to continually do that like every single update, like how fucking just how many things would be devalued. Like rune crafting's now like 400k XP an hour. Just keep shooting it up. So basically, yeah, guaranteed, just log out for the next 5 years and you'll just be better off.
Genuinely, I mean, there is an element of that anyway. So imagine if they were more or less fair with it.
Yeah. No, but again, it's okay to have slight XP increases over time. I don't think that's the end of the world, but
okay, here's a question. What year do you think they're going to release Stackable Clues?
I hope never, personally, but I could see it coming out. I was actually just talking about this in my latest video. Just, I'm okay with being able to hold more clues. Just don't make them stackable. Just make it so you can hold more than one elite at a time, more than one hard at a time. But because then it actually offers more diversity in the way you solve the clue scroll. Imagine you have 4 hard clues in your inventory and you're going to solve all 4 at once. You get, an agility pyramid step. You're like, fuck, god damn it. So you just hold that one, you solve the other 3, and then, oh, look, another one of those clues also is agility pyramid. Now let's go solve it. And it's like you can find ways to be a little bit more efficient. I even brought up the example of like an Iron Man going to the ham hideout, thieving, 7 or 8 easy clues and then doing them all at once. There's like a natural limit with actual stackable clues. Things stay boring because you can only solve one at a time, and you're just forced to do that, next step. And it's also just this arbitrary thing where like it's also like a slippery slope where like how much RV is going to stack to? Is it going to get to the point where clues aren't even a distraction and diversion anymore? They're already not with mains because of fucking implings, which I hate. But
yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? Clue scores already are stackable.
I know it's really bad. I think that was absolutely like the worst update in regards to clues. That was by far the worst update ever.
They should have only been from like implings you catch with your hands, like as in that don't go into a jar.
I mean, they could have also just made it so, okay, implings are now untradeable. So, you can do as many implings as you want. You can stack them up as much as you want, but like you can't just go buy them. I just think the biggest mistake was, just having them a tradable thing, where you were literally just buying clue scrolls because you can spam them open like so fucking quickly.
I mean, I hate clues. Like, I just don't like the D&D aspect of it.
Clues.
That's the thing. Some people love it. I just hate it. So I would be absolutely for stackable clues from like a selfish perspective, because I would do clues if I could stack up 500 hard clues, make sure I had all the items for it, get the perfect setup, and then just go out and knock them all out. That would be good to me. But doing them as they are is just, my Iron Man probably had like 4 hard clues done on it.
Yeah, we have main man mode. This is again my opinion, because I don't want to see clue scrolls be completely ruined across the board. They've already been ruined with mains, because yes, mains literally just buy them and they do exactly what you just said, stack up 500 and just go do them all at once. And I would just hate to just hate to see that with Iron Man mode. I really hope they stray away. JMods have made it pretty clear that they don't have any plans of making stackable clues, which is nice. I think they're trying to keep it just toward leagues. But again, I would not be against them just allowing you to hold multiple clues that are not stackable.
I actually really like that idea, because I like the idea. I thought of it when you were talking about it, the idea of doing multiple steps at once and the sort of theory crafting that would involve? Because I
Yeah.
bet that would change the setups for clues and how you thought about doing them quite a lot.
It totally changes things. Yeah, you're totally right. Like there would be natural limits that are set in place because you can't do 28 fucking clues at once. Like you can't do probably 12. There's too limited of inventory space. You need a setup. So the setups change, the metas change, the way you solve them changes. If you get one step, then there's going to be a meta of like, okay, don't do that step yet until you get another one that's kind of close nearby. And it also allows you to like raid with people and get an additional elite clue. You don't have to abandon your team every time to go do an elite.
I think there would be an amazing concept for speed running clues if that was the way clues were, because there would be so many variables and so many ways you could improve how you did it. Because you're right, you go, oh, don't do that kind of clue because that's in the middle of nowhere. Wait until you've got 3 steps there to bother going. If you get this step, make sure you also go and do that step as well. Mm-hmm. And also the clue meta, how it is at the minute, like you've got like 26 teleports in your invent or whatever, right? Whereas if you had not stackable clues, as many clues as you like, how many teleports is the meta?
Yep. No, it's really, it would totally change things, and it'd be very exciting because, and again, like if you're doing a Slayer task and you just got a clue scroll, oh my God, I got to go D-gear, go do it. No, you can just do the full task, and now boom, you have 5 hard clues from your Hellhound task. Okay, like this is going to be a doozy. Like this is going to be a legitimate like adventure to go do these 5 fucking clues, but this is going to be fun. And the other thing is like I am currently abusing the dropping master clue tech where like you drop your perfect 3-step clues. You could just ignore doing like Dragon's Eye and the Ring of Visibility step in that place, and like you could just ignore a bunch of steps because you could just do the drop mechanic where every time you get another triple that's A's, you just pick up the other clue and go do it. With this new clue where you just actually have multiple master clues in your inventory, that eliminates that, which is, in a way it's kind of eliminating a fun tech, but at the same time it's adding new diversity and kind of,
it's also like a bullshit tech as opposed to good tech.
I mean, I actually really like the drop clue step. Well, mainly because
it's cheesy though, isn't it? It's like it would be much nicer to just do 7 clues up until they were all Dragon's Eye, and then go and knock them all out in one go. That would be better.
I will say though, like one of the most obnoxious things about clue scrolls is overly tedious steps that just take minutes. I think Dragon's Eye, like, yes, they've made slight adjustments to that step, barely, but seriously, like you should, at like a super high agility level, there should be some fucking shortcut that you don't have to go through the stupid, like, mining 3 rocks, going through the fucking bat cave, whatever the hell going on. Like, ways to speed up clues. And I was even thinking, imagine one of the clue rewards itself is a Dragon's Eye scroll. So, you know how they have, like, all these scrolls you get? Like, just, that would be super expensive, You get a Dragon's Eye scroll? Holy shit. Like, okay, this thing is worth, like, 120K.
They would be at least 100K for sure.
It would just, like, that would be cool to actually, like, do clues and get things that speed up your clues. This is my own personal take. People can disagree with me, but you know how there's a strange old lockpick that can solve the Barrows doors for you?
Yeah.
I was thinking, what if it was a strange old puzzle solver? So whenever you get a slide puzzle, yeah, okay, I've done like fucking 30,000 slide puzzles in my life. I like, it's just, we have a solver. You just fucking spam click.
You just mean RuneLight, I was gonna say.
Yeah, I know. Like we already have RuneLight and it's completely approved. It's just like we just spam a bunch of shit for a few seconds. Like, what if we could have a buyable item that comes from Clue Scrolls, which is a strange old puzzle solver? So you have it in your inventory. You get a puzzle box. You use it on the puzzle box. You're instantly moving on. There is literally nothing amazing about solving a puzzle box for the 10,000th time. Like, it just kind of gets a little bit old, and we're already having it solved for us in the first place. So that would be something cool. It'd be something, another reward that's on there that you can just speed up your clues slightly. That's not taken away. If the RuneLight solver itself was not a thing, which I would strongly advise not going down that route. But if it wasn't a thing, then you would be taking something away. But it's already been taken away.
I do like the idea of giving to noobs to take away from end game players in that regard as well. Because say you were a main and not an Iron Man, you would absolutely be using and abusing those. Whereas some noob that just did his first hard clue and got like 6 puzzle solvers from it would sell them for a lot of money to
Yep.
you.
Yep.
So you both get what you want out of it.
Yeah, no, I just think that would be like really cool, really handy. I also want a goddamn tool belt already. I'm sorry. I want that.
Yeah, one of the best things about RuneScape 3 when I was playing it was the tool belt and the coin pouch. It was just nice having money on you all the time and having tools on you all the time.
Yeah, like
There's nothing more frustrating than when you leg it to say like you go to like a faraway herb patch and you get there and you've not got your spade and you're like, fuck you.
Yep.
Yeah, I hate that.
A tool belt would be really nice.
Yeah, tool belt, coin pouch, bring them both. That'd be fine by me.
Also, why the hell I have a gilded spade? Why the hell doesn't it have a dig option?
Oh, that's stupid. That should obviously have a dig option.
Like, what is going on? Like, really? You didn't like think to do that? Very odd.
Also, like I saw Jagex. Why do I call him Jagex Ash? Mod Ash. That's how chronically Twitter online I am. He said that like, oh, it's because the spade's coded to do so much stuff. Which is why. But I was like, why can't you just copy and paste that list and attach it to the gilded spade as well?
Yeah, interesting.
Maybe it's messier than that, but apparently it's because the spade does so much, which I can kind of see because you do use it for loads of like weird quest interactions and stuff. But I don't think it'd be that tricky.
Yeah, I mean, even if you were to just, no, you're right. I don't feel like it would be that tricky, but who the fuck knows what they're doing with that spaghetti code?
Does it have a dig option on it at all?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have.
Oh, okay.
The gilded
because
one.
I was expecting it to have like a dig option. You click it and it says something like, "This spade is too soft to dig."
Oh yeah, no, it doesn't even have the option. It's just a weapon.
Yeah, they should at least add something like that.
Okay, let's see. What do you feel like has been your biggest accomplishment in game, and also biggest accomplishment IRL?
So biggest in-game achievement, I would say, is actually being rank 1 Vorkath on Hardcore Iron Man. For actually quite a long time as well. I was the first person to get 1,000 kill count on a Hardcore Iron Man at Vorkath. So that was pretty cool. At the point, it was nice when I died on Hardcore Iron Man, the page that announces the deaths. Just like the top one was rank 1, which was pretty cool. And I was also like front page Theatre of Blood and front page Corp and stuff at the time, which was pretty nice. But yeah, 1,000 Vorkath kill count on a Hardcore Iron Man was good. And I did most of it with melee and like Wooks walking and stuff. I didn't do it like a wuss, which kind of is a source of like internal pride, I guess. It didn't really matter on the high scores, but knowing that I did it like efficiently was nice.
Vorkath, like it really is. If you DC, you're fucked, and if you look away, you're fucked. So like you just have to pay attention. But doing 1,000 kills without DCing
walking there with a lance was like, that was pretty cool.
Yeah,
because that can kill you just from like a 2-tick mistake or whatever.
Yep. He's got to.
So that was pretty baller of me. I remember recording that and uploading that on Twitter. And that came like loads of likes.
Oh god.
Yeah, I don't know how people get like Grandmaster, what's it called, Zuck helm and stuff on.
That is mind-boggling.
That's just beyond the pale. Like I'm not that gamer. I had a Master helm and then I put off getting the Grandmaster one until I had a Shadow, and then obviously got hacked before I got the Shadow.
I will say, like, the most unbelievable feat that has not happened yet would be a group Hardcore Iron Man getting a Zuck helmet. Because everything's dangerous. 6 Jads is dangerous. Inferno's dangerous. Well, I guess Inferno's
6 Jads being dangerous is fucking nuts.
Yeah, like Chambers is dangerous. Like every single thing is dangerous. Wait, isn't? Oh yeah, 6 Jads isn't dangerous for normal hardcore. That's so strange. I feel like that should have been dangerous. Interesting. But
There's like there's none of those instancings out. The fact chambers is fucking crazy. Like that obviously should be. But yeah, I like the idea of someone doing a group Ironman hardcore.
Yeah, no,
That would be nuts.
That would be
That's the kind of thing that someone like Port Kazard should do.
The thing is like it's not. Yeah, Port Kazard could, do all the tasks and whatnot, and probably do them one and done. But the like accumulation of all of it without DCing or without some internet problem or without some fucking server lag or any, like all of it together is just wild, because you have to get the fucking gear first. Like that's the most impressive thing about any hardcore mutts. I'm spacing the name of the third guy that got it. I feel fucking bad for, but he got one as well. It's just out of the blue, just another third hardcore Ironman gets it. But it's like they had to build their fucking account without dying in the first place, and then do all the tasks. The hardcore, it's like, well, first of all, you can't even get carried in raids as a hardcore group, because you can only do raids with your own team or solo. So. Like you have to literally, oh my God, like that will never happen. Like I know I said that with normal hardcore, but nobody ever will get a Zuck helmet on a group hardcore. That's impossible.
The only way I could see to do it potentially would be some kind of like fail-proof reporting program in RuneLite or something like that could say if you ever died from a certain point. So like someone like a Port Kazard or whatever could use a main with all the gear and be like, right, I'm going to do every single achievement that is included within the Zuck helm without dying, which wouldn't be the same thing, but would at least prove the same skills without the ridiculous time input that you'd need to get there just to lose it on the first task.
Yeah, but no, I know, but I mean, even that's slightly easier. But no, I mean, I'm one of the few people, by the way. I always need to flex this when I get the chance, but like just going from 5 jads to 6 jads without dying, just going in to 6 jads and knowing that your entire run of your group hardcore Ironman could end right here just by
that's the thing, isn't it? Like, I don't care how good you are, that's hard.
Yeah, like
the nerves would get to you in that moment.
The nerves in every fucking thing would be in. I mean, just doing an inferno already is insane. Wait, I can't even remember. Is inferno dangerous for hardcore? It's not, right?
Not on a hardcore, no.
Okay, it's not.
Not on a regular hardcore.
I always forget about that. I'm getting like confused because I remember Lake was doing it on a group hardcore, and now for some reason in my head I'm thinking that's dangerous across all accounts. Okay. Yeah, but even doing the Inferno on a group hardcore is insanity, because you misstep out of the shield one time and you're dead. Like, you're just
these people. These people that are built different. The top like 3 to 5 PVMers are like insanely good. But you are right. I mean, what, Lake died doing a 500 on his hardcore, right?
It is impossible. Nobody, if anybody does that, if anybody can ever do that on a group hardcore Ironman, I will. I want to say something absolutely crazy, because I actually know this will never happen. It's too impossible. So I can actually just say this. I'm going to say this. I will de-iron. That's what I would do.
You heard it here first, folks.
And I'm saying with the rules that are currently in place, which currently, as of this recording, is group hardcore Ironman. Everything is dangerous. There's no extra lives. Technically, you do get up to 5 lives, which those totally count. But you have to have a.
Do you know what though? That changes things. I think if you play it solo, and you
can't do it solo. You have to be at least in a duo.
Well, no, but that's why. No, but I mean, like, as in you play all 5 accounts. So, like, you basically just start a hardcore Ironman with 5 lives.
No, but okay, listen. This is the tricky thing when it comes, because if you do it with 5 accounts, you need to do all the tasks that require 5-man speedruns. So,
do you?
Yeah, you have to. So, but if you do a duo, you only have to do the task. I think this is how it works. At least in my head, this is how it works. If you're a duo group hardcore,
auto ticked or whatever though.
Sorry, say that again.
Probably like the 5-man tasks aren't auto ticked if you're in a group hardcore.
They are if you're in a duo. They're I think. Well, I don't know if that actually happens, but that is the way it should be. I actually literally don't know.
You can just do it with mains without penalty, I guess.
No. They're auto ticked because raiding
Probably
with
not.
raiding
Because
with
then they've got grandmaster tasks like ticked off that would be giving loads of points. So you'd have like your easy and medium combat achievements done like straight away.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I think this was their intention. Again, I am just speaking out of my fucking ass because I actually have never played a group hardcore.
We are both talking about something we have no idea about.
But the thing is like, I remember hearing that Jagex wanted all the teams, like the fact that like you could get to a point on a group hardcore armament and just never be able to get a Zuck helmet because you chose to be in a 4-man group instead of 5. Like that's ridiculous. Like that clearly should be overhauled to the point where you don't need to do those tasks to get a Zuck helmet. So
I'm
that they're
the
ticked
idea
off.
is just you can do a 5-man Theatre of Blood without incurring penalty. I'm guessing if you've got a two-man team or whatever. Maybe I'm wrong.
No,
Maybe
it can't. That can't be the case either, though, because then why not just fucking get all your items that way? I'll just pretend.
Yeah,
like
that's true. Actually, yeah, it probably is just in a broken state, but no one is in a position.
You're right. I think it's in a broken state currently, but I think optimally their idea is to make it so those tasks are ticked off without giving you points.
Yes.
So like, they're already done. They're completed, but you don't get points for them. It's the same thing with the 8-man. Like they actually just cannot physically do an 8-man because that breaks.
Yeah, that's just bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah. So that would be optimal. But so that is the benefit of doing a duo group hard. So technically you'd only have 2 lives, and you're forced to have a player that's also a gamer on your team because you can't do those tasks, by yourself. Like ultimate, that would be insanity.
Rough. I mean, there's some fucking stupid stuff as well, to be fair. Like, what's it? Akka. Like, that duo Akka thing that you've got to do?
Yeah. No, well, it's bullshit.
Perfection of Agmeth. No, not Agmeth. And perfection of Het. Yeah, that's a fucking joke. How they do that on Hardcore Iron Man, I have no idea. That must take days.
So that's what I'm saying about that being an impossible feat. Nobody will ever get a group hardcore Iron Man Zuck helmet. Impossible.
Well, when they do, the D-Iron's going through.
Yeah, the only way that could ever happen, and again, like this is going to be something where like somebody's like, oh, they did it, you got a D-Iron, but they came out with like a fucking one-shot dart or something that people can just buy like 5 years down the road. Just go in there.
Can you imagine the pressure of doing 6 Jads on an account that was a hardcore? Like, no way.
Dude, I can't even imagine doing the 10 HP Hydra.
So yeah, how he did that 10 HP, like as his last task as well, I would be shaking like, that clip of the guy doing Dragon Slayer 2 where he's just like, the mouse is just everywhere. I'd be doing that, but on my hardcore Hydra, honestly.
God damn it. Dude,
no amount of practice can prepare you for that pressure, right? You see it with like athletes in real life. Like no amount of preparation can make you not feel the nerves in the moment.
I know, because it's just one slip up, it's over.
I know, and like you think of these PVMers that are like god tier, and you think that they are immune to that, but like it just seems like that in the video, right? In themselves they're feeling it, surely.
Yep. It's crazy. Okay. By the way, do you think Mutz will get his blood Torva? Or do you think he'll die trying? That shit's hard to do it in one attempt. Obviously, he has a main to practice, but still.
I've never done it, so I can't particularly comment, but I can't say I've seen anyone do it in 4 crystal things, whatever they are.
Well, he has a main to practice. So that's
no, I know that. But I don't think I've ever seen anyone do it even on their Iron, because loads of Iron Man practice on mains, right? So they don't waste all of them.
Yeah, but nobody's. But you got to keep in mind, like those Iron Men, they don't have that pressure of like they're not the people that are going to telly out and shit. Like have all these safe guards and shit.
Is he going to get it? I've not done it at all, so I can't particularly comment. I think. I think he'll do it.
Dude, he's a fucking madman. He's actually a madman.
What's weird as well is before he got the Zuck helmet, I've spoken to him before, at RuneFest many years ago, and I've kind of kept track of what he's been up to for years. I didn't particularly think of him as an amazing PVMer.
He's not.
Really?
That's the thing. He's literally not. Like he's competent at everything, but he's not incredible. He's just a fucking consistent, amazing hardcore player. He knows everything ins and outs of hardcore. He knows when to fucking telly. He knows when to dip. He knows like how to be safe in every scenario. But he's not a Wooks. He's not a Port Khazard. He's just like good. He's just like solid.
I mean, and ultimately, that's actually the most important thing. Knowing when to telly is actually the most important thing on a hardcore.
Yeah, he's built muscle memory around it. Like he's fucking like he's very focused. Do you want
to know how I died on my hardcore that was like geared up to the eyeballs and stuff?
How did you die? Oh God.
I was at work, i.e., like working from home during the pandemic, and I was at Corp, and I'd spec'd it down, and I was Zammy spearing. This was on like my personal PC, so I was just sort of Zammy spearing it down.
Yeah.
I went onto my work PC, and it was like, "Oh, please log into your VPN." And I typed in my password, and it went invalid password. And I was like, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" So I typed it in again, typed it in, looked back at my screen, and I got hit a 9 by the core that I forgot that I hadn't killed. So I just literally died to the core jumping on me and like hitting me down to 0.
Oh my God.
Not looking at my screen. I looked back as I died. It was like, oh, if I'd looked back like 2 ticks earlier, I could have clicked an angle or a telly or something.
Oh, that's so...
If I had a ring of wealth, a ring of life, I would have survived as well.
Dude, you've had some really like heartbreaking moments in your career. I'm sorry.
Honestly,
to say.
Why do I even play this game?
Jesus, man. Like, how much heartache can one man take?
I know, that was so bad, honestly. So
dude, playing hardcore in general, it's just like, I know some people live for it. People are just built that way where they just want the thrill. They need it basically to play.
You're just asking for tragedy playing hardcore though.
You are, and you're just you're literally like playing for like constant nightmares and like constant stress.
Oh yeah, honestly, I've never had as many RuneScape dreams as I did as when I was a hardcore.
Yeah,
like I don't dream about RuneScape anymore at all, like ever. When I was a hardcore, oh my God, I swear every other night I was having some kind of nightmare where I was dying.
Yep.
Crazy. Like, I can't imagine what it must be like sleeping in Mutz's head. That guy must just wake up in like cold sweats every night.
I know, it's crazy. Some people just live for it though, and I am one of those guys that likes chilling on my normal iron. It's just no pressure, no stress.
The thing with it is, it's so much easier when you're a content creator as well. Like someone like Alfie, who like will just be making a very good living off basically just resetting hardcores. That would be so much easier than doing it just because you want to play hardcore.
Yeah, no.
But 4 months was a creator. Like he streaming, but I'm guessing he wasn't particularly big streaming, at least until recently.
Yeah, no. I mean, Mutz. I don't think it's about the content creation part. It's got a factor for sure, but he definitely is just a hardcore player. He's one of those psychopaths that like he dies on a hardcore that very minute he's making another one.
Yeah, like, that's nuts. I feel like that's so easy to do when you're Alfie and like it's for the content, but like doing it just off your own back to like play the game, that's just wild. I could never do that.
I'm just glad I didn't fall in. I consider it a trap like that, and the reason is because I'm also not built for hardcore, but I find it like a trap to like go down that hardcore Iron Man rabbit hole where it's just like you are now addicted to making hardcores and you can never just keep a normal account going. Like you have that addiction now. I'm glad I kind of got rid of that.
Yeah, for sure. It's a high that will never be beat. Like if you get an item on a hardcore or you achieve something like a Zerkers or whatever on hardcore, like that will never be beat as an achievement.
Yep.
Like the way it makes you feel. I did start a hardcore after that one, and maybe a few months later, that I was making a Zerker, and I got a enhanced weapon seed on it, and then died trying to get another one.
Damn.
So like I was doing corrupted gauntlet on like a level 78 account or something. And actually got an enhanced weapon seed, so that was really cool. But then I just died.
What are your thoughts on CG? Do you like it?
I think I did like it, if that makes sense. I enjoyed doing it the first time. I don't think I'd enjoy doing it again. I think it would. Now I know how to do it, and I've done it to get like the Grandmaster times and stuff like that. I think just doing it regularly to get items would be a bit bleak. But I think it's good content. They tried to make something akin to dungeoneering, and they kind of succeeded. I think they would have done better just releasing dungeoneering, but I appreciate that's a lot more work. But yeah, I did like it. It's, I guess, the easiest way to say it.
I like low-key wish you could stack CG chests. Like, just have, like...
Yeah, they do a lot of that on RuneScape 3, and it is very fucking cool.
Yeah, I would like that.
Like, they need to... I would love to see enrage mechanics on this game in some capacity. That would be very sick. Like, imagine you can do Corrupted Gauntlet, and you can keep going, but it gets 10% harder and 20% more loot every single kill in a row. And then if you want to cash out, you have to open the chest and you get all the loot, but then it resets you back to 0. So it's like risk versus reward. So like, you know, if you do 100 in a row and then die in the 101st one, you lose everything.
I mean, that's what they're trying to do with the Colosseum. It's coming out.
Yeah, that would be sick. I like the idea of unlimited upside for these things. Because there's this guy on RS3 called Evil Lucario who does Telos, which is like the hardest boss on RuneScape 3, and he is like he's like a step above Wooks for that game. Like he's the only guy that has done like 250 4,000 enraged Telos in a row.
Jesus.
Or something like that. I can't remember the specifics because I don't play the game, but like he's the only guy that can do it. And like the loot is insane. Like, can you imagine 200? It'd be like doing 250 chambers of Xeric, but every single time the loot goes up by like a factor of like 10%. Like, you imagine opening the chest at the end, like the ridiculousness that would be in that thing. Like, you know, by the time you're doing the 250th one, it's like a 1 in 3.
I'm surprised it's not just a fucking 100% at that point. Just everything.
Like, it would just be unbelievable. I mean, bear in mind with like Telos as well, like regular loot is like 5 uncut onyxes and stuff.
Oh my god, yeah. That's
like,
crazy.
They open the chests and it's like 9 bill and stuff.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, like we say, I do love the idea of enraged mechanics generally because it just it makes the game so much more open-ended in top-end PVM. Instead of having to go faster, you can go further, and you can always go further.
Yeah, it's just tough to balance because you have to make it so difficult, or else, like, the moneymaker just becomes wild. Like,
yeah,
to the point where like just the people with the most skill. I mean, it makes sense that the people with the most skill should be
highly rewarded. That's what I think. I'm like, look, but if you're the best player in the game, you should be able to make 150 mil GP an hour. Like, fuck it, why not?
Yeah, but that's the concern is like, you know, if there's a cap and maybe it's 150 mil an hour, but what if it becomes really uncapped and it's like fucking 800 mil per hour? Like, just something where it's just like, oh, okay, is this too much?
Get good and do it yourself.
Yeah, no, that's but
it would kind of be my philosophy to that. I think the top end money in this game should be absurd, but it should only be achievable by like 5 people.
Yeah, but it should also be unique based, and that's so you shouldn't just be shitting out like, oh, here you've done all this. Here's 200 mil raw GP, like just shit like, something that's not really supply and demand. If it's supply and demand, we're really. You have to hit a certain tier to get this new fucking incredible weapon. then the people that actually start like grinding and getting good at it will not it'll balance out the supply and demand in a way. So not just shitting out like unlimited onyxes just for no reason, I think is
Yeah, what we need is a system to increase demand massively. Are you familiar with what invention does on RuneScape 3?
yeah. Just basically you can break down items.
Yeah, they should absolutely do something like that in this game. It would just it's just a lever that they can pull however they want to basically fix the economy however they want. Which does solve a lot of the issues, which is why they can do mad stuff like getting bosses to just shit out anything and everything, because everything has a purpose. There's no dead content.
Yeah, it would be very interesting to see in old school how that would play out.
Yeah, it would be really cool. I think it would fix a lot of things, and I think it would allow for a lot more flexibility in drop tables and stuff, because what you have at the minute is kind of like Zulrah style, which is or like modern Zulrah style, which is like actually just a completely bog-eyed version of what it was, which is like massive amounts of totally useless stuff. Um, or you've got like the nightmare, which is just awful. Like no one enjoys that. Like it's hard, isn't it? Because everyone knows that what they should enjoy is getting a unique every so often and getting nothing in between. But that's actually incredibly soul destroying in practice, and it's far more enjoyable to get loads of money like it's forecast.
It depends. I don't know. There's something. The problem with Nightmare is like, so I think of like Fasanis, and the it's just like the items aren't useful enough. First off, like they're not even that good, and it takes 160 kills just to get a fucking item, and it's usually a staff. That is obnoxious. That's way too obnoxious. They overshot the rates. It should be like a 1 in fucking 50. Like,
Yeah, I mean, and this is quite controversial. My favorite content in game is actually Nex.
Nex is pretty fun.
Yeah, I really really like it, especially since they put the Fang in. I think it is actually a very fun boss to do.
It is. It's chill. It's got there's a few annoyances, which is like nulled damage, where like, especially on the shadow phase, where it just like randomly dashes and you just hit like a fucking ruby and it just nulls that hit.
Yeah,
Like,
is that
stop
not just
it.
the worst?
Like stop doing that. Like, why is this even a fucking mechanic? This isn't like, you should know better by this point. Don't design shit like that.
Yeah, I hate those. They're really painful. But that is like absolutely my favorite boss, and it I think it has a very good drop table.
You're right. It does. It's because it's got valuable stuff. Like I think of like the dragon bolts that it dropped. Like this is stuff you want. It doesn't have to be in huge quantities, but it's useful shit. Same thing with like the air orbs, kind of like it's not many, but like, oh, this is actually like a nice item for an Iron Man, like just to not have to do your own orbs and stuff.
Yeah,
And
like Corp also has a very good drop table as well. Potentially the sigils are a bit too rare, but I think the actual items it drops are pretty cool.
yeah, no, I think
Another thing is
yeah.
it's like why don't they do like with more bosses they should be doing like 500 cannonballs and less like 6 rune plate bodies.
I know, I agree with you, but yeah, there's a lot I could talk about, so I just won't, because there's the whole drop table thing is just a fascinating discussion in general.
But I do like Next because no one else likes it, and therefore all the uniques are like 500 mil, which is so good.
It is cool. And the thing is, it's actually a fun fight, but it requires coordination with a small group of team, like a small team, and having people actually know what they're doing, not trolling. And yeah, it's actually really nice. Like the flow of it feels good. The gear switches, it's not too like obnoxious, and you know, there's ways to make it more efficient, but it's like the boss itself just has very simple mechanics, and you get to kind of just maximize how efficient you want to be.
Yeah, exactly. It's the way you perfect them with the step unders and stuff like that, which
Yeah,
is just really really nice.
that's cool.
You get yourself a Blood Fury on, your full Missouri, like suddenly it only takes like 2 brews to get a kill in like a trio, and it's like That's nice.
Dude, I'll be honest. But what are your thoughts on Blood Fury? I sort of wish it
Um,
wasn't in the game.
it's tough because conceptually, yeah, I think you're right. But in terms of when I play with it, I do enjoy myself more.
No, no,
Like
yeah. No, no,
when I
but
use a Sanguinesti staff and a Blood Fury at solo chambers, for example, and you just don't have to eat.
yeah.
That's nice because you just get chipped at solo chambers, right? Like you just do get hit like 30
Yep.
sometimes, regardless of what you're praying, which is annoying. And being able to make up for that small amount of damage passively is really nice. Um, it's hard for me to say. I don't think they should add more of it. I don't think it should ever be really, really powerful, but I do like it when I play with it.
See, that's the thing. I like it too. I would also like it if it was like double the heals. Like fucking send it, you know. But it's like it's. I don't think it's good for the game. I think it's like
Well, okay. So I guess that's a question then. Why, if you enjoy playing with it, do you think it's bad?
I think it's bad because now like we're designing content, not exactly, but it's a slippery slope of like, okay, we have this new gear, and you know kind of start getting used to a Blood Fury where content can almost be designed with that in mind now. Where I don't know, it's like
But you enjoy it, so what?
I know, but I would also enjoy getting 300k runecrafting XP an hour. But is that like good, like long term? I don't.
I like that it's melee only because I think it gives melee a space in a way where it has a drawback in that you have to be stood right next to something.
Mhm.
Like the other styles don't really have a drawback where melee does. So it's nice that it does have a nice little niche thing it can do that they can't. Although I guess arguably you could just use blood spells. So
No,
who knows? But
it's just I don't know. It's really hard to like fully put into words. I just think it's I don't know. It's just like it's just really really good. It's like too good. It's too good. I don't know. Maybe if they had come out with a Blood Fury that had no stats, like a necklace that had no stats and it was healing, so like you have a significant drop in DPS almost like for that cost. But the thing is, a Fury is like basically almost your best in slot.
oh, if I was a main, I would just use it all the fucking
Oh
time. When I
yeah,
was
of course. Like it's just that's what I mean. It's like
The
God damn.
worst part about being an Iron Man is you've actually got to go and fucking get them.
I know. It's just I really hope that thieving change. So let me just like I want to take a step back for those listening. Like I like using a Blood Fury. Don't get me wrong. I almost just wish it had never even been pitched or brought into the game, so I wouldn't have to think about what I'm losing by like because I'm not in favor of them removing it. I just am. I just wish that it had never been introduced in a sense because I don't know. It's really like hard to put into words, but like I just
It is
think
hard
it's
to put into words because you enjoy it. It is better. Passive healing is a more fun way to play the game than like chomping on sharks.
you're
But
right about that, but I don't. I think the way they came out with it was too powerful. Like I would have almost preferred like a prayer that has a blood sapping effect, where it's like a lesser form. Like imagine like a chivalry. So it's the power of chivalry with a blood kind of healing effect, and every time it procs, you drain some prayer. So there's like an actual like significant downside, but you do get that kind of opposite. I think with the Blood Fury, it's all positive. It seems like there's very very little downside, which is like maybe a max hit, maybe.
yeah, I think I'm one of those people though that does think that the prayer book is almost like it would be like sacrilege to change it.
Really?
I never really knew how I felt about ruinous powers
Oh,
because
I didn't like that.
at the time it was getting polled. I was doing my extreme one pet at a time series, and that series would have benefited massively from ruinous powers coming out because I could have got what was essentially rigor without having to go for the omelet pet. So my sort of view on it at the time was quite skewed towards like, yeah, I want ruinous powers. But I think looking back at it in the cold light of day, I think they need to just leave the prayer book as is, never change it really. from where it is now.
I just don't want them to add another prayer book. I think that's the kind of impression I got from them trying to add Ruinous Powers. I was so scared of Ruinous Powers coming in and just breaking the core, like, fundamental of, you know.
No, if you're scared of Ruinous Powers, you must be fucking shit scared of sailing, though, surely.
I'm pretty scared of sailing, I'll be honest.
I'm very fucking scared of sailing.
One of my fears, I was going to talk about this earlier with Forestry, is like, Forestry Part 2 was such a shit show because they're adding just a bunch of random garbage, like events and new items and all this fucking shit that nobody cares about. We have to start caring about it because now it's like the new efficient way to train, but nobody wanted it really. And so my fear with sailing, like I get like little fears that creep up over time, like little things that stack on. And one of my fears now with sailing, because of Forestry Part 2, is them adding just a bunch of junky items, just a bunch of shit you have to start keeping track of to fucking repair your ship and all this other stuff. Like, I really hope when they come out with sailing, it's very, like, they try to make it as simple as possible. I feel like that's so important. Like,
yeah, I mean, they can't win. Like, ultimately, like, whatever they release, everyone is gonna, like, most people probably are gonna hate it. Even the people that voted for sailing are then going to be like, oh, this isn't what I pictured when I voted for sailing, kind of thing. So it's going to be awful for them. Like, they're gonna probably think that, oh, we're releasing our new skill, it's gonna go really well, and it's just not, whatever it is. I think you're right. I think they need to keep it as simple as possible and build on it over time. I don't think they will. I think they're going to try and release a finished skill like they've done in the past on the other game. Like, those skills are pretty much done on release. So I don't think they will. But I've got no confidence that particularly Forestry Part 2 was really bad in terms of that. Like, that was a small scale version of what sailing's going to be as well, in terms of the kinds of things they were adding. Like, did they add all the passive buffs and that in the end? I don't really know.
The what? From,
you know, like, they were like, oh, if you burn logs on, no, or like the teas, was it teas?
Yeah, they scrapped that shit. And they're also getting rid of all the items that they added. They decided, like, it's just too obnoxious. Thank God.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, there's no way sailing's going to come out without like 700 items attached to it.
I know, that's why just please don't do that.
And they're going to make it tie into every other skill, which is, again, going to kind of hurt in a way. But I don't really see how they can do much else, because they can't release a skill like woodcutting or mining or whatever now. Like, it would just feel empty.
Yeah, nobody would want to do it.
Yeah. So it kind of has to feel like an invention or an archaeology or something like that. It's sort of tying into everything else to feel satisfying. But that is tough in a game that is built on nostalgia.
It's going to be very tough. I'm still excited for the most part. It's just going to be kind of rough, I think, initially.
I'm really hoping, like, part of me hopes that it just gets scrapped, like, really close to release. I don't think that will happen, though. I think they'll release it and it will be bad.
I don't think it's going to get scrapped either. And I think even if it were to be scrapped, they're so wanting to release a new skill, and there's such a big majority of players that think they want a new skill, that no matter what, even if it were to be scrapped somehow, they would just go back to the drawing board real quickly and try to whip up another design real quickly. So no matter what, there will be a new skill in the game in the next, like, 3 years. Like, it's just inevitable.
Yeah, I pray that it's good. I just have... And the idea of a skill is nice. Like, it is a very old school thing. Like, you know, you're logging in, like, release day, new skill, everything's new. But also, that magic is also lost as well, because we know exactly what it is and what it's going to be and what's going to be involved.
Yep.
Yeah. So the magic element of a new skill feeling old school isn't there. And all it's going to do is kind of make the game feel not very old school at all very quickly. And I just... It probably can work. I just don't back Jagex as the company to make it work.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I'm trying to remain optimistic, but you're right. There's just so much that could go wrong, and there's so many things that could just make the game almost feel like unfamiliar in a sense, or just.
What did you vote for? Skill, like the skill that you wanted it to be.
I initially wanted taming until they actually talked about what their idea was for taming. I was like, okay, this sounds boring as hell. And then I switched to sailing, but inevitably I actually voted no to sailing when the poll actually came out. And the reason I voted no is just because I don't like we need to fix where skilling is in the first place. I don't feel like we've even like come to any sort of good healthy point on what skills should even be. I feel like, I don't know, I get nervous of, everybody hates skilling basically in the community, but somehow everybody wants a new skill. I just am like, okay, like, is this even going to be a new skill, or is it just going to be like some fucking like go on a boat and go to an island and do combat? Like, it's just, I don't even know what sailing really is.
I was a shamanism at Maxi, because in my mind that felt more like a skill. In my mind, I think of sailing very much as, and I think it would be better received. They would have more flexibility with what they could do, and it would be better content generally if they just released it as a sea expansion.
Yeah, so like just a mini game almost, like not a skill at all.
Not like, more like what they did, like when they were like, we're releasing Zaya, it's this new continent and you're going to have all this amazing content there. If they did it like, we're releasing a sea expansion, you can go out onto the water on boats and you can do all sorts of crazy activities. You can go to these islands and get new logs that can be used for fire making. There's these new bosses, blah, blah, blah. Like, that stuff is all great, and you take the pressure off the release by taking away it being a skill, which is the worst part, because they're essentially having to shoehorn in XP methods into stuff that doesn't make sense. Because ultimately, when I say to you, like, don't think about it too much. If I go, oh, we're releasing sailing, what do you think you get XP for doing?
I guess riding your boat, but yeah, who knows?
Exactly, but that seems like that's fundamentally not going to give XP, because the one thing they've seemed to show is that sailing is the movement action, not the skill itself. It's like fire making, like, that's a skill. It's called fire making, and you get XP by making fires. Yet sailing doesn't seem like you're going to get XP via doing sailing.
I think they are trying to do that, but it's so odd because that would feel just so wrong.
Yeah, like what? You're going to get XP by just moving around? Like, surely not. Presumably the XP is going to be tied more to things like defeating this, Kraken or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's going to be what the XP is. At which point it feels wrong, because you're like, well, shouldn't that really be sailing Slayer XP or something like that? Like, I feel like they would have had a far better job doing it as like an area expansion rather than as a skill, because it would have taken so much of the pressure off and let them have a lot more freedom with the content that's involved.
You're right. We'll see. It's too far away. It's too hard to really know.
Yeah.
It's gonna be crazy. Everyone losing their max capes as well. Like, holy shit.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be. Well, I think it will be fun. I think particularly for the first week or two, it will be very fun. Like the high score watching and seeing who's rank 1 and this kind of thing. That will be great. Like, that just will be good no matter what they release. It's later on that is gonna be the real show of if it's good or not.
You're right. Okay.
Who do you think is good? I think it will be solo mission. He'll be rank 1. Nah, the real hardcore skillers will go crazy.
I was gonna say maybe day 1. No, there's no way.
Yeah, day 1 solo mission. What day? I mean, Iron Higer is going to be putting in work.
To be fair, like, I could actually see solo mission going quite hard on the way to 99. I could actually see him in the ranks of getting to 99. But there's another race entirely going to 200 mil.
I mean, if it's not buyable and it's purely like, time investment / gathering, I think it would be too iconic of Higer not to get rank 1 overall as an Iron Man.
Oh yeah, Higer. Well, so DK Ho is definitely going to be at 200 mil all by then. So, and he's a huge gamer, rank 2 Iron Man. There might be a couple more Iron Men by the time Sailing's released, but maybe not. But yeah, Higer, if it's up to Higer DK, the thing is DK, being the underdog, he really could like get rank 1 Iron Man if he really chose to. But I think Iron Higer really is a competitive player. And if he thinks his rank is like, you know, in danger of getting dropped down, I think he's going to go really fucking hard. That guy, I think Iron Higer might even win leagues. I would not be surprised at all.
Oh, I think he's stacking items. I 100% think he's stacking items.
Thing is, like, how much, like, what's even the theoretical limit of, because, like, is it possible that people tie at the end? Like, how many tasks are there?
There's only so many points, so I guess it's down to the regions that you picked, because as far as I'm aware, they are all slightly different in terms of the sheer number of points they can give.
Yeah.
So I think they will hit the cap, because there's still another 4 weeks left.
Yeah, something like that.
And I believe they're down to something like 65 completable tasks left or something. So yeah, I think they will knock it out completely. So I think it will just be who has the best regions. But we'll see, I guess. But I do like the idea of an Iron Man being number 1 overall on the high scores. That would be pretty funny.
Nuts. That would be nuts.
But I think as good a rep as Higer has, like some of the guys that were particularly like around sort of rank 3 to 7 to 200 mil all are like a joke when it comes to, and I know it sounds weird, like short-term skilling, like 3 months or whatever it's going to take to get 200 mil in sailing. Those guys are like built different. Like Tom DeBomb, that guy was a joke when he was going for 200 mil all. Voire, he's fucking crazy. Like that guy used to drop like 140 HP weeks like every single week for a whole year.
I'm very curious. What would be very surprising if the first rank 1 sailing is not a person with 200 mil all, you know. That would
be very interesting. I can't see it though.
Yeah, I don't think I can see it. Well, thing is, I actually could see it because there are a lot of people that really crave that competition. We see it in leagues, even like some new names that you haven't really seen before that are going really hard. And I think there would be some very, very strong competition that is not 200 mil all that would go extremely hard. Like,
I think they would drop off before 200 mil. I think they would do well until like the sort of 50 mils. I think people that care about skilling to the extent to go for 200 mil quick would have done it already.
I mean, you're right, like, but I don't think it's even like that. I think it really is about, in my head, I'm thinking kind of like a 50-50 chance of somebody that's not 200 mil all getting 200 mil sailing first. I don't think it's strongly leaning one way or the other, because again, like, first of all, sailing, I don't even think will be like, I think sailing beyond 99 will be at least 300k XP an hour. Like, I'm pretty sure it'll be like that high of a skill.
You think?
Yeah. They're going to come out with something that's crazy.
I'm going to guess 180k XP per hour.
Okay, wow. I'm thinking like literally 300k, maybe even plus, maybe like 350k potentially at 99, just doing some crazy shit. And when you look at it that way, I mean, this skill is really only like 700 hours, 800 hours. So like, it only takes a few months to, I don't know. It'll be a wild ride. I really hope like Hebox Yonga goes like really hard, because he now like has the, luxury of YouTubing and streaming, so he doesn't have to work or anything. So he could go pretty hard.
Yeah, I feel sorry for people like Jace, whose like main like strength was just consistency over time.
Yeah,
because
I'm not really.
He won't even be front page probably.
I'm not worried. Jace will 100% lose his rank, but I'm not really particularly worried. Like, he's got plenty of years of being able to like flex rank 2. And the thing is, he's a collection logger at this point. So people will forever remember him as one of the greatest skillers that got 200 mil all right after Link's Titan. And thing is, like, he's very soon going to be able to put in his title that he's like one of the top collection loggers as well.
How is he? How is he doing? Because because I know it's measured in terms of like the hours on the log, isn't it? Which is kind of brutal. Because if you get like a third age pickaxe, you just like jump 7,000 hours or something, right?
Well, I have it pulled up right here. He's ranked 15 overall on the collection log. He has 1363 slots. So
is there like a measure like hours played though? So like
there probably is, but I don't think there's anything like official on here that shows it. But the thing is, Hey Jace is on that top echelon. He's probably, I would even say, rank 2 or rank 3 in that regard, because he does have a shit ton of third age. Let me just look it up. He's got.
Because hasn't he done like so many hard clues or something?
Yeah, but the hard clues inevitably don't mean much. Because you can only get the hard clue third age. So eventually he has to do all the master third age, which can only be done through masters. But he does have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 unique pieces of third age.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Which Marnie
he's done those 2 years we discussed earlier.
Marnie is 100% rank 1, because on top of actually being rank 1, he also has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pieces of third age. He's got a bow, a cloak, a wand, a pickaxe, and 2 third age druidic robots.
Yeah, I knew that he had like 2 third age druidic bombs or something like that, which is just fucking crazy. Like that RNG is off the charts.
The fucking, like, how the fuck do you have a bow, a wand, a pickaxe, 2 third age druidic? Like, all of this shit in 4,000 masters. For those, like, just keep in mind, 4,000 masters, what he's at. Let me actually look at his elites real quick in his hards.
That's such an advantage in the race.
Elites and hards. So he's 2,300 hards and 900 elites. That is like the equivalent of having 1 piece of third age, like that alone. And then masters, 3, maybe potentially 4 pieces of third age. But so let's just even be conservative and say he deserves 4 from that and 1 from the other. So he deserves 5 pieces of third age, and he has 5. He has 9, and they're really, really good pieces. So he's absolutely spoon-fed.
I mean, the thing with it though is a bit like the discussion we had earlier. It's kind of irrelevant until he finishes, because he could be the guy that goes 104,000 master clues without getting a third age axe.
Yeah, no, you're completely right. As soon as you're missing one piece,
really matter.
Yeah, I mean, even just one clue scroll expansion coming out with 1 more piece of third age just puts everyone down pretty far.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. As an experienced PVMer, what are Fray's feelings about the future of bossing on the one chunk account now that he rolled the Rev chunk? Is he happy to have sped up hundreds of weird and long flinching kills others had to do, or is it a shame that his early bossing will be less unique?
I still think it will be relatively unique. I mean, so obviously what they're referring to is that within this chunk, I'm going to have to get all the Revenant weapons, which basically gives me a good weapon with all 3 styles to do future things on. So I've never had to do anything stupid like flinching Cowfight Queen or whatever. Mm-hmm. But because I started in Canifis, there is quite a lot of bossing quite close to me that would still be weird to do with Revenant weapons, like doing the Nightmare with a Vigorous Chain Mace, or doing like Theatre of Blood with a crossbow. Like that will still be quite weird, but it will be like doably weird to the point that I feel like I'll actually be participating. Like if I do Theatre of Blood with a Chain Mace and a crossbow and a Tharaman Scepter, that feels a lot better than doing it with like a Steel Scimitar, because I'll actually be contributing to some extent, whereas just doing it with whatever junk is kind of interesting. But I imagine if you spoke to someone like Limpwort, the novelty of having to do that grind of like 2,400 Cowfight Queen with whatever bullshit gear he did it with probably wore thin quite quickly.
There's a related topic to your chunk, man, by Florian. He has two questions. If you could start your Xtreme one chunk over in another chunk besides Canifis, which one would you choose? And which realistic grind you may come across somewhere next year are you most dreading? And what grind are you looking forward to?
So if I had to start somewhere else, I quite like the idea of doing something like a God Wars chunk man. I don't quite know how that would work, but because most people don't. So what made my chunk man kind of a bit unique, and I guess therefore people watched it, was the fact that I actually did a couple of quests ahead of time that otherwise would take you all around the map and you would never realistically get done. So the fact that I did Priest in Peril before starting, so to speak, means that I'm in Mauritania and can roll all those chunks, where someone like Limpware, who started in Lumbridge with no quests, is like hard. It'd be really hard for him to get to Mauritania because you have to go to the Wizard's Tower and all the junk that comes along with stuff like that. Go via the farming Cape Chunk and Draenor, I believe. This kind of thing. So I quite like the idea of doing the quests that get you up to the Troll Stronghold and maybe starting somewhere like that, because I think trolls are quite an interesting NPC that can drop some interesting stuff. I think within God Wars Dungeon would be quite fun, because I think, without thinking about it too hard right now, I think you probably could greenlog God Wars with just God Wars, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that would.
I think you can probably get enough DPS out of that to get a unique or two, and then that would sort of really get you on your way. You can probably get a decent enough range weapon and level to kill Sara, and then once you do, you'll get yourself an Armadillo crossbow. At which point the rest of it kind of becomes a joke. So I think that would be fun, but it would be a biblical starting chunk. And I mean, what are you going to be doing? You're going to be doing Nex with a Zami spear and an ACB, I guess.
Crazy.
Which would be kind of brutal. But I think it could be done, and I think it would actually make quite an interesting video series. That's probably where I'd start, though. In terms of grinds that I'm dreading coming up soon, I mean, my account is currently in like one of the most precarious spots that an account could be in. I've got 99 cooking rollable. I've got 99 smithing very rollable, which would be very bad where I am at the moment.
How would you do that, by the way, 99 smithing?
How would I do 99 smithing? So at the moment, as it is right now, I think it would just kill the account, because I would essentially have to mine like bronze and tin all the way to 99, which would be way too much for me to do.
Christ.
Realistically. I think that would just kill the account at that point.
I have just a brief question. Like, is there any Chunkman accounts that get to choose their own next chunk? I feel like that's just such a, I don't know. I feel like that's even like more like a more enjoyable way to play. Is that like, is just not the case? I feel like every chunk man I've seen, it's always like random rolls.
Yeah, what's quite nice about the community as a whole is that like no one sort of judges anyone else. So like everyone just plays how they want to play. And yeah, there are people that choose chunks. There's a lot of people that don't make videos that pick chunks, like a lot. But there's a YouTuber called Happery that is a Ultimate Iron Man chunk man, and he picks his chunks. So he started in the same one as Limpwort and got 99 defense and 99 woodcut in. But after that, he can pick his chunks. And you're right, it's better for theory crafting and stuff. But I think quite a lot of what people watch Xtreme Chunk for is people doing bizarre stuff for a long time with stupid methods.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's rough. One thing that I think would be quite nice would be if I rolled something like the Haunted Mine, I would have access to iron, which would be slightly better. I'm very close to rolling Soul Wars as well, which could be another option with the myth and coal that you can get from there. And you also get a load of nature runes from there as well, which you could use for superheating and stuff like that. So again, that wouldn't be too bad. But again, like you're talking 99 smithing with a method that is going to be like sub 10k XP per hour. So, I mean, whatever it is, it would take an awfully long time, and I don't know whether I'd have it in me necessarily or not. I mean, another one that's pretty close, I guess, is 99 construction.
Oh God.
That's at least slightly better now because I've got the revenants, so I at least have money. And I do have the sawmill, so I can, in theory, just chop oak logs, smith them in, make them into planks at the sawmill, and then get 99 construction that way. So that wouldn't be too atrocious, but it would still take a long time, I believe. And then the other one that would be really, really grim would be 99 prayer is also rollable. So that would be me getting dragon bones from green dragons and then using them at the Ectofuntus, as it is at the moment.
If you had obviously you're gonna have the rev weapons at that point, right? So doing, I don't know, green dragons with the crossbow would be not horrible.
It wouldn't be horrible, and I also have the Ectofuntus to get the most out of those bones. So that is one that I think I could do. I think realistically I could do that and keep the YouTube channel. I mean, that's the thing, is that a lot of it's on the YouTube channel, right? And your channel will suffer for you doing the same activity for 1,000 hours.
You're right.
Like particularly something incredibly mundane like the smithing, right? That would be really bad. But that is the one I'm most scared of, the smithing, because it's the most realistic, because all I'm missing to start it is a pickaxe. As soon as I get a bronze or an iron pickaxe, like that's it. I've got to get 90 mining and 99 smithing. So that's by far the worst one. But there is a bit of hope. In my theory crafting, I'm one tile away, like I'm one chunk away from Venenatis, and Venenatis drops, I think it's like 650 gold ore in one go. And I've got Port Phasmatis unlocked, so I've got like a really close furnace to bank. So that is an option. Just get an absolute shitload of gold ore from Venenatis. It drops like 650 at a rate of like 1 in 25.
Fucking nuts.
Yeah,
that would be that'd be pretty cool, actually.
That would be cool. I mean, I'm pretty sure it would be rank 1 Venenatis in the whole game.
I don't know, man. There's some crazy gold farmers out there.
Yeah, like it would be front page Venenatis though. I'm pretty sure. I think it's something like 20,000 kill count to get 99 smithing that way, because I've got no goldsmithing gauntlets.
Oh God.
But it's the kind of thing where I'd have to look into the hours. Like if I looked into the hours and it was like 7,000 hours to do it, whatever the method was, I think I'd sort of at that point have to have a frank and honest conversation with the viewership and decide what was reasonable and what wasn't. But yeah, that would be kind of good, because at least killing Venenatis would be decent content and quite fun. Whereas just like mining loads of tin and copper would be not
unbearable. Here's a question from Hannibal. What gets you through those big grinds? Is it music, TV, podcasts?
I watch a lot of YouTube, like random games, random documentaries. A lot of people reacting to TV shows that I've seen, which for some reason is a bit of a guilty pleasure of mine. Like I'll just find a TV show that I absolutely love and then watch loads of different people reacting to my favorite bits in it. The two that I'm most guilty for that is Doctor Who. Have you seen that?
I mean, I know of it. I don't watch it.
Yeah, it's kind of a childish show, but I've watched it since I was like in primary school, so I just kind of stick with it, and it's really good. And then the other one is Attack on Titan, which I must say is like the best show that has ever graced the earth.
So I actually started watching that just because I had a roommate. I'm not an anime watcher, so it's hard.
No, neither am I.
Okay, it's hard for me to get into stuff, but I will say like Attack on Titan definitely captured my attention when I first saw like brief bits of episodes. And I don't know what it is. It's like I think I got in like 5 episodes in, and I just burnt out. Like I felt like I was interested enough because there was some mystery behind it. I kind of wanted to know about these like giants and shit, but it's just I feel like this is my own just pet peeve is the characters in animes are so childish. It like is unbearable sometimes.
So I'm not an anime lover. Like, I don't like, read. I've probably seen less than 10 animes ever. But what I think sets Attack on Titan different in that regard is what you're saying about the characters being childish. I can imagine what you're thinking. If you've only seen the first 5 episodes, you're probably thinking that the main character, Eren, is kind of a bit unlikable and a bit shouty. But the main thing, which you can only really appreciate once you've watched the whole show, is that there's a kind of in-universe reason that he is like that, which is incredibly satisfying to see. And have you seen Breaking Bad?
Yes, love Breaking Bad.
Yes, so you know how that show just gets better. Like every season is better than the one that came before. Yeah. Attack on Titan is like that, but in my opinion, to just a completely different level. Those 2 shows are definitely the best 2 shows I've ever seen. And for me, Attack on Titan is just ever so slightly better.
Wow.
Like,
I might have to give it another try.
Right, if anyone is going to take one thing away from this podcast, I swear, please don't subscribe to my channel. Don't do anything else. Watch Attack on Titan all the way through, because I swear it will change your life and your opinion on like just what is the best TV show that you've ever seen, because it is unbelievable. So good. The level of foreshadowing is nuts.
Shit, I might have to give it another try. It's gonna.
I got my mum to watch it, who is 65 years old. She watched it once. She said it was the best thing she's ever watched, and she's watched it twice since in the last 2 months.
I'll have to give it a try.
You have to watch it a second time as well, because you're like, I can't believe all that stuff was on screen for me to see the whole time, and I never saw it.
Shit. Okay, I'll give it I will actually try to give it a shot.
It's barely a commitment either. It's like 95 episodes that are like 20 minutes each. It's like,
no, I mean, I have time. I got time. The thing is like I have to really, really fall in love with something, which is so rare. I think
if you're not an anime watcher, which I'm not, I would recommend watching it in dub as opposed to sub. Particularly because you're going to be like me playing RuneScape at the same time.
Yeah.
So I find I can't watch animes that are in sub because I'm playing RuneScape. Mm-hmm. Like if you're not actively looking and reading, it's like really tricky to follow what's going on when it's in another language. So defo watching dub, and there are some iconic moments. And I'll send you some screenshots after this of like IMBD, where this show is like. It has like 9.8s in a row and stuff like this.
That's nuts.
Which is just nuts.
That is nuts.
And it's one of those things where like I'll see TikToks about it because I've watched it, and like I read about it a decent bit and watch videos on it. So obviously my algorithm spits it out at me, and it's always full of these people going, "Is Attack on Titan really that good?" And everyone's like, "Yes."
Holy shit. Okay, you know what? I'll try it again. What's it on, by the way?
Crunchyroll. You can get a 14-day free trial, so it's like free. You'll finish it in 14 days.
Maybe.
Particularly once you get to like season 3. Season 3 is like really where things go like peak. Like like when you're watching Breaking Bad in season 5, and I don't necessarily want to spoil it for everyone, but like when it's all kicking off and you just can't put it down.
Yeah. No, it's every time.
It's like that for about 30 episodes in a row.
Okay, shit. Okay, well, I just got sold to. We'll give it a shot. Let's see. Agile Tom asks, and we're a little bit more on the Xtreme One Chunk. What makes the Xtreme One Chunk game mode so addicting to play/watch? Do you feel that this game mode will continue to be popular years down the line?
So I kind of said it like really early on, I think, which is I think what's compelling to watch about it is that it's constant early game, or at least it feels a bit like early game because you're not doing anything necessarily efficiently. And I think that's why it's compelling watching. I mean, I speak for myself where I definitely have watched a lot of like Iron Man series and stuff where I'll watch the first bit and it'll be interesting, and then kind of once they start getting a bit too efficient with it and they get to raids and that kind of thing, I just sort of stop watching because it becomes very samey to me, I guess. Whereas I think what One Chunk does is it keeps you in the early game in terms of the activity that you're doing, like you're mining coal so that you can get 70 mining, or you're fletching oak longbows so that you can get 72 fletching. This kind of thing. And I think that makes for compelling watching because you're doing something that the audience would never do, which I think kind of, and also I think the random nature of it has a level of suspense. Like if you're just watching someone play the game normally, you can sort of predict what's going to be happening in next episode, 5 episodes time, 20 episodes time. You sort of know the progression state of the game. Whereas with my account, for example, you don't know if in 10 episodes I'm going to be getting 99 prayer, I'm going to be killing Elder Chaos Druids to get, Elder Chaos Druid robes for no reason, or, killing Callisto. Like I could be doing like basically anything, and whatever I'm going to be doing is going to be being done in a stereotypically inefficient way, which I think is what people like. And I think you can see from the success of people like Settle that doing things non-traditionally is popular. I think in terms of is it still going to be successful in a few years' time? Probably not, because I think there will be the next One Chunk Man idea that comes along. I think there'll be something new and fun that someone's invented, probably someone like Settled, that captures the imagination of the community, and that will be the next big thing. I think people might still pay One Chunk, but the issue with One Chunk is what makes it so good is also what makes it so bad, in that as soon as you hit a totally unreasonable grind, you've either got to do a limp work and just do it anyway. He has the luck that he can release like one video a month with a sponsor on it and presumably make enough to live on, which is quite good for him. But a lot of people aren't in that boat, so eventually I will hit a chunk that I can't do realistically, and that kind of then makes it, do you want to do it, make an exception and like skip it or backlog it? Do you want to just do it and kill your channel? Do you want to just kill off the account and then try and do something different on YouTube? It's kind of hard to say, really. So yeah, hard to say if it'll be around in the future or not.
It's definitely stressful, I can imagine. It's obviously a lot less stressful, again, like you're in a Limpward's position or Verf's, where you do have a very sizable channel that can pull it off. But yeah, that's stressful. Have you ever considered making like, well, I know you've made other video types, but have you ever considered making like almost 2 series at once, one that's like not as time consuming?
I think so. I kind of experimented with this when I started a League's One Chunk Iron Man.
Mm-hmm.
So on that, I was like picking chunks, and it was going to be a lot sort of faster paced and this kind of thing. Um, I kind of experimented with that, and it kind of flopped on the channel, which is kind of a bad thing. I think I'm at that level where people care more about my account than they care about me as a creator. Um, which is quite hard because I think it's interesting because I have what slightly more subscribers than you, but I think you have far more presence within the old school community than I do. Um, which is kind of interesting, I think, because people care more about Canifist Chunk than they care about Fray, so to speak. And you can only really change that with time as one thing, and also just variety of content as another. Um, as we said earlier, it's never your first idea that makes you big, right? It's always going to be your third, your fourth, your fifth.
Yep.
And so I do think if I want to kind of make it as a old school RuneScape content creator that people tune into to watch because it's me, I'm going to have to keep iterating to some extent and coming up with new stuff and trying and probably failing until I see whatever the next big thing is. I think the movie that I'm making is going to be good. And I think also you kind of always have to do something bigger and better than what you did before for it to really sell. I don't think you can kind of take a step back. And I think that's kind of the mistake I made with the League's content, which was that it wasn't as interesting and it wasn't as impressive as what my Xtreme series was. So I think that's kind of why it failed in that regard.
I think as well with leagues is like there are people that have like when you think of leagues, when I think of leagues, I think of Solo Mission, I think of Ditter Bitter, I think of all these other creators like that are like they are competing. Like it's like the competition based. And I think that's just so much more exciting than having, at least that's in my own opinion, just when I think of leagues, there's dominant creators that take over that scene. And so anybody else that really tries is like they're just going to get kind of drowned out somewhat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you're seeing it at the moment as well. Like people only have so much time to watch old school RuneScape content, and when you've got the big boys like Solo Mission uploading a video every single day,
yep,
it inevitably takes from the pool that can be watching your videos. And so when when it's league season, it is brutal uploading videos because like none of them get any views.
Yeah, and there is that like potential there for sure, but you have to do something so unique and or something so crazy where you really are competing and your edits are on point and the content's super engaging. You're doing something different. It's just hard.
Not even just leagues content though. Like everything is kind of struggling at the minute. Like if you look at pretty much every YouTuber aside from the really, really, really top ones, like they're all not doing as well as they were a month or two ago. Just because of that pool being taken up by people uploading way, way more often. There's just a content saturation at the moment, which is
for sure,
which is tough, and I'm sure you feel it as much as I do. And ultimately, I'm trying to kind of humble myself because I'm looking at a video that does like 20,000 views in the first 24 hours as like a failure. And ultimately, like realistically, that's like if I'd looked at that 6 months ago, I'd have been like, oh my God, I can upload a video that gets 20,000 views in 24 hours. That's crazy. So I'm trying to sort of humble myself and think, just because it didn't get 40,000 in 24 hours doesn't mean it's not, you're failing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it gets a lot more stressful when you kind of have like an expectation. I really try to like not have expectations when uploading because that is what really just kills the fun of stuff. It's always it's stressful and it's almost inevitable in a sense, but it's like for me, if I just want to keep doing what I've enjoyed doing. I have seen growth from it. It's not fast by any means relative to other creators, but it's something where like I can make a ramble. If it's not that interesting, I'm not going to like lose sleep over it. I will just move on to the next thing. And some casts just don't get as many views and that's totally okay. It's just But again, my formula is different. Like I'm not at the same, like we're not the same theme of YouTuber. Like yours is series based. Mine's just like upload dialogue, and a lot of it's, miss, some of it's hits, and it's just like whatever. So
I think it's like a little bit of everything, but I think there's like super users that don't even know necessarily that they're super users, but like the algorithm sort of identifies them as people that set trends almost, or people that can recognize a trend and recognize something good and popular. And that's why I think videos like your podcast can just like spike out of nowhere, because I reckon one or two of those people will click on your video, watch it for 4 hours, and YouTube will go, fuck me, that must be good. We're going to put it out to everyone.
Yeah. I think I literally said this on the previous podcast, but there's something really nice about autoplay, which is if one of my podcasts gets autoplayed and that motherfucker went to sleep, it's like, okay, you just got 4 hours of watch time. Here you go. So
yeah, that's so true. Yeah, I think, but I do think that all viewers are not weighted equally within the algorithm, which is I think why certain videos can just flop, because those 3 guys that are your regular super user watchers decided not to watch for whatever reason, and that killed your video, or vice versa. You got 3 new guys that are considered super users, and it went, wow, okay, this guy's brought in 3 trendsetters who has never watched his video before. Let's put this one out.
Yeah, that's
kind of my theory. It's probably bullshit, but we'll see.
You never know. The algorithm's so mysterious,
It really is.
Okay, you know what? We've been talking for 4.5 hours. I am literally starving, so we're gonna wrap this up. But before we wrap up, I want to ask you, Fray, for 3 shout outs from the community, 3 that you find deserving.
Ooh, 3 shout outs. Okay, so number 1, my best RuneScape friend, Curvey. He or Brennan. He's put in a lot of hours with me over the years, and just generally been a stand-up guy. Another one, Kemp Q, definitely sort of given me a lot of advice over the years. Has given me many a leg up in my own YouTube channel and other areas of this whole thing. And again, just generally been a stand-up guy for a long time with me, which has been great. He's slept on the floor of my bathroom at the last Room Fest, which was good. And then the last one, a recent person actually, who I've only really started speaking to in the last sort of few weeks, is a YouTube creator by the name of Telecon, who does a chest locked series on YouTube, and that's a good series. But he's also just a good guy who's been kind of good to bounce ideas off from time to time, and has been sort of useful on making creative decisions and helping me out with sponsorships and that kind of thing. So yeah, those are my 3.
Very nice. We'll take it. Guys, for those still listening, down in the description, I'll have Fray's socials, his YouTube, his Twitter. Do you stream on Twitch at all?
No, I don't. I want to. One day when I manage to quit my job, I will.
Okay. Well, I'll have your YouTube and your Twitter down there. Is there any other links you want provided?
No, that's perfect.
Okay, cool. Guys, I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did. This was actually like a really fun afternoon for me. I appreciate you, Fray. This was, we literally went everywhere in the conversation, so it's definitely one of
No, thank you for having me on. It was nice. I wasn't really expecting to be talking about feudalism within the first hour and a half, but things happen.
No, it was great. This was honestly like better than expected. So thank you very much. And for those listening, if you want to support the cast, down in the description, there's a Patreon and a YouTube membership link where you can pledge $2, $5, or $10 a month to support the cast and me as a content creator. And yeah, that's it for me. Next Tuesday, we're going to be having UIM Loki on the cast, which I'm very excited for. talked to him at TwitchCon for about an hour, and that was just a really special experience. He's a really lovely guy, so I'm excited for that. So Fray, thank you once again, and everybody will catch you in the next one. Peace.